Hello. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us. So we are here for the first parallel session of the day, which is the political economy of reforms, growth, and technical support to macroeconomic policy. My name is Vishal. I'm director in the development policy and finance team, and I'm really pleased to chair this session here. I'm basically just keeping things moving through this session, but I thought I'd give a little bit of background as to this session, what you'll be hearing about today. One of the pillars of the new AERC strategic strategic plan is policy engagement for research impact. And what that means is a move from being a relatively supply-driven organization to one that has more two-way engagement. I think we often talk about policy demand and how research gets uptake, the sort of policy, evidence-informed policy, right? That's sort of the golden idea where we'd all love to get towards, but how you actually get there is quite difficult. And there are a few different models on how you would do so. The idea now is there's going to be a little bit more co-creation for that impact and relevance of the work. Some of this work has already been tested, which is what you'll be hearing about today. When this happens, this one is something we've been pleased from the Gates Foundation support. Abby, who you'll hear from later, had gotten some demand from both Kenya and Ethiopia for how some of the policy reform, sort of macroeconomic support, and they said, we don't actually just want the research reports. We would love to have some of the people. So doing that in a way that's not just the people, but some of the actual policy and the evidence that AERC is known for is one of the goals of what we have. So that's what you'll hear about today. When you start putting researchers into a Ministry of Finance or a central bank, you immediately start encountering some more of the political economy considerations. So that's what we'll hear about first today. So we're really pleased to have a keynote from Professor Ndikumana, a keynote address on the political economy reforms, the preliminary lessons from Kenya and Ethiopia. He has a rich background, which you can read about on the screen. So he'll start out with the keynote address with some slides and some discussion. From there, we'll head to the Director of Research at AERC, Mr. Abi Kadir, who many of you will know. And he'll actually give an overview of the program itself. And then I'm really excited to hear the insights from national experts in Ethiopia as well as in Kenya that have been supported by this program. If we get through everything on time, I would love to have some back and forth for questions at the end of this. So we'll sort of keep things moving along. But thank you very much for being here. And here is Professor Ndikumana. Oh, yes. Do you have some slides also to go through? I think she has that.
Okay, teachers have a hard time sitting. Can I stand? Oh, yeah, good. So, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Is it good afternoon or good morning? Good morning. Okay, that's why you didn't respond. That's good. Makes me feel better now. Okay, so Leonce Ndikumana from the University of Massachusetts. Very happy to be here. Always happy to be in Kenya. That's my other home place. And also want to say my appreciation to the AERC for involving me in this. In this project, which to me is a big milestone in this effort to link policy and research. So for a long, long time, researchers have been complaining that policymakers don't listen to them. And policymakers have been complaining that researchers do whatever they want to do, which is irrelevant for their needs. They are not responding to their needs. So this is one of the ways in which we can try to link research and policy by basically, as the project is called, embedding researchers in policy institutions. So my opening presentation is going to talk about, I'm going to talk about the challenges of designing and implementing economic reforms, even when it's evident that reforms are needed. So why is it difficult for countries, governments to implement reforms when everybody else thinks that the things are not working well and we need a change? There are reasons. And the reasons are the ones I'm going to go through, but also then I'll illustrate some of the developments in Kenya and in Ethiopia, especially looking at the pre-reforms, what happened, why did we eventually see the reform being rolled out, and what explains the positive signs of success that we have already begun to see emerging. And hopefully this discussion will inspire other countries, other governments that may be looking towards engaging in policy reforms. So the main question basically is, why is it that governments hesitate, sometimes simply oppose or delay reforms which otherwise would benefit the country? You see macroeconomic imbalances, you see high inflation, you see currency depreciation, you see premiums rising on the foreign exchange market, poverty not declining or sometimes increasing, but governments still want to keep doing the same thing. When people are saying there's a need for reform, and macro sector, fiscal policy, the key reasons basically are that in the economy, in the country, interests are heterogeneous. You may think that the economy is not in good shape, that prices are rising, that the jobs are hard to get, the macroeconomic imbalances are going out of control, that the country is heavily indebted, and you may think that everybody agrees that the things are not working well. I may surprise you to tell you that in fact, even during the most constrained crisis, some people are actually happy with the situation. I'll give you an example. In a country that have very high disparities between the official exchange rate and the parallel rate because of shortage of foreign exchange and other constraints, some people are making a lot of benefits from that discrepancy. These are people who can access the foreign exchange at the official rate because they pretend or happen to be working in what is called priority sectors. Therefore, they get the foreign exchange at the official rate. And rather than going to buy those priority goods, they actually sell the foreign exchange on the parallel market. That's much more beneficial than going to import and start a factory and so on. For those agents, actors, it does not make sense for them to push for reform, to support reform. And they are very rational. Whereas the ordinary citizen is begging for reforms. So this is what we have. Interests are heterogeneous. There may be even conflict in the sense that those who are benefiting from the discrepancies, for the distortion in the market, do not want reforms, whereas the general public want a reform. The difficulty is that even if the majority want reforms, power is not distributed equally. You have those few individuals, generally political elite, economic elite, who benefit from the crisis situation, are going to make sure that the reforms are not implemented. And because they have more power, then you end up with an economy that's basically handicapped and policy reforms do not materialize. Again, because of heterogeneous interests, which may be conflictual, and the unbalanced distribution of power. So basically, the opposition to reforms or failure to reform are due to powerful vested interest groups that block socially desirable. So the policy reforms are delayed or fail because of powerful groups, because they do not benefit. Yeah, even if you have a very good statistical analysis of the expected impact of a policy reform, it's never clear how exactly things are going to materialize once the reform are done. So there's this uncertainty about what will be the benefits from the reforms and who is going to benefit from the reform. How are the benefits going to be distributed? So that will push the resistance to reform by those who are benefiting from the status quo against those who are championing the reform. And the other is there is a problem of information. Okay? So here you have the policymakers understand the government, the presidency, the ministries, the central bank, and so on, and the public. And even within the policy-making institutions, there is hierarchy. There are those who propose the reforms. That's the technicians in the Ministry of Finance, the central bank, and all that. But somebody eventually approves the reforms. And normally, what you find is that the technicians have more information than the policy, the ultimate decision maker. So the technicians have done the analysis, and they have demonstrated that reforming, liberalizing the foreign exchange market is beneficial for the country, and they can give you the statistics on the impact on investment, on growth, on employment. But the ultimate policymaker said the president, the Minister of Finance, they are worried about not just the economic impact, but also the political impact. How do they manage the different interest groups that they have to respond to, including the economic and the political elite, as well as the general population? What the technicians have done is to show statistically how the general population is going to benefit from reforms. But what you have not done is to show the president how he's going to manage the heterogeneous political economic interests. And since the government is interested not only in meeting the needs of the people, but also, let's face it, staying in power, they will balance the economic benefit, the social benefit, and the political risks of change. And that may drag on the weight for the reforms. And resistance to reform is actually rational. Call it bounded rational, limited rational, but it's rational. In the sense that the policymaker is facing an uncertain environment, an uncertain future. What will happen when we do the reforms? Example, when we liberalize the foreign exchange market. It's a classic case, the concept of the fear of the float. What does the float mean? Float is floating exchange rate, but float also refers to the idea of when you make a reform, not knowing what happened, it feels like jumping in a pool, in an ocean, hoping that you will float, but there is a risk that you may sink. Am I going to float? Am I going to sink? Do I float my exchange rate? What's going to happen to the trade? What's going to happen to investment? But how are the different interest groups going to react? That's your problem. And therefore, what you'll see is that the policymakers are going to insist on having some kind of safety jacket, so that they're going to not sink, but float. An example is, you have heard that, governments will ask, what kind of financial support are we going to get when we do implement this reform? How do we deal with external debt? How much foreign aid are we going to get, development aid? If you can assure them that they're going to get substantial development financing, new development financing, that you're going to restructure their foreign debt so that it doesn't keep bleeding the foreign exchange reserves, then they are willing to consider floating the exchange rate. For people who are familiar with the cases of Ethiopia, Ghana, Zambia, you have heard from yesterday from remarks from a colleague from Zambia, that's a major cause of concern for governments when they are facing reforms. Where are we going to get the support from? Which means that strategically, when you are preparing reforms, you have to think about, where is the cushion going to come from? Where is the safety jacket going to come from? Which is why you actually have to make a case for the reform in face of the partners. So you have to make a case to the public, domestically, but you have to make a case also for the development partners. If you can show them that the reforms are going to benefit the economy generally, are going to make the economy stronger to the point that you may even need less aid from them, then they are willing to provide more aid because it's an investment on their part. Okay? The other key factor is what I call the 5-word trust. The same strategy could be proposed by two countries, and one is accepted, the other is not accepted. The same strategy could be proposed by a government to the same people, one is accepted, one is not accepted. One is, does the government trust the partners? Does it believe, and if you're frank with me, you will have heard from the members of the public sometimes who say, you know, be careful. What you hear from the World Bank, what you hear from the IMF, what you hear from the donors, I'm not sure it's in your own interest. Do you think really they are interested in the interest of the Ethiopian people, the Kenyan people, and so on? So you have to worry whether the government is entering into the dialogue with a positive attitude vis-a-vis the donors. But at the same time, you have to worry about whether the donors trust the government, that once they promise to do the reform, they will actually follow through and do the reform. You have heard about policy reversals. Government promise things, they don't deliver, because again, the balancing act between economic gains, political risk. And does the public trust the government? Because policy reforms are always costly. In the short term, most of the reforms have negative effects. You liberalize the foreign exchange rate, prices may rise in the short term. Is the public willing to incur that cost? On the account that they trust that the government will follow through with the other accompanying reforms, like fiscal balancing, limiting monetization of the budget, so that the reform becomes sustainable. And therefore, in the long run, in the medium run, the public can trust that the government will deliver on the reform. The other thing we need to take into account is that initial conditions matter a lot for the delay of the reforms, for the resistance of the reform, but also for the shock and the adjustment to the shock. And here, most of the time when countries have to embark in reforms, it's because the economy is suffering from different distortions, macroeconomic imbalances, sectoral constraints, and so on. But there's a difference between a country that's experiencing macroeconomic imbalancing, but it is growing. And a country that's experiencing macroeconomic imbalancing, but it is stagnating. A good example is Ethiopia. If you look at the Ethiopian economy during the growth and transformation program, which preceded the growth and the homegrown economic recovery reform program, Ethiopia was one of the highest growing economies in the continent. I remember when I was in Ethiopia, the ECA, we used to have very heated discussions with the government about our forecasts for growth. They always came up with a little bit higher growth rates. We would say it's 8%, they say it's 9%. But it's the same range, it's very high. That was because of very heavy public infrastructure that drove the growth, but because it was financed by heavy domestic credit, that was fueling inflation. And in the end, and also with the very low, inadequate tax mobilization, you run out of steam with fiscal imbalances. But at least a situation where the economy is growing gives the government ammunition to argue against reforms, like liberalization. I remember that time in our discussion, I'm one of those who said, Ethiopia, I don't see it liberalizing the banking system. I don't see it liberalizing the foreign exchange, because, I mean, nobody even wanted to listen to that. But because the economy was growing, the government can say, look, we have an alternative model. You guys are forcing us to do classic main market-oriented reforms. We don't think these are consistent with the Ethiopian situation. We have an alternative model where the economy is growing. We think we're going to reach development with the economy becoming a middle-income country in a few years. So you have something to argue about. That argument cannot be feasible with a country that's not growing and has macroeconomic imbalances. You also have situations where the country may be experiencing disequilibria and is engaged with the international community versus a country that has disequilibria and is in isolation. An example of isolation is Burundi starting in 2015 with political crisis, that the donors disengaged, in which case you are left on your own. What happens? Then the government resorts to domestic financing of the deficit, huge debt, domestic debt arises, the currency depreciates, it becomes difficult to sustain. Versus a government like Ethiopia, which has always constantly engaging with the donor community, with heated discussions about what are the sources of inflation. Ethiopian government says, we do not believe inflation is monetary. Inflation is structural. It depends on the agricultural performance of agricultural sector. At least you engage in the discussion, you get your point at the table, rather than being isolated. The other is a country that's facing economic disequilibria, distortion, has the capacity to engage, technical capacity to engage. Many times I hear things like, oh, the donors are coming to impose us reform programs. Many times, the reason why donors impose or suggest reform programs is because the government does not have its own reform programs to propose. So, for example, again, going back to the case of Ethiopia, at that time when I was in Ethiopia, at one period there was a time where inflation was very, very high. And people from outside, I'm going not to name the institutions, they say, we have been telling you people, you government, that your domestic spending is too high, your monetary financing of the deficit is too high. That's why inflation is high. Inflation is a monetary phenomenon. Ethiopian government say, no, we don't believe it. For us, inflation is an agricultural problem. At that time, there has been a weather shock, a decline in cereal production, prices rises. Very, very evident. So, but the reason why the government was able to make that point is because they had done their own technical analysis to demonstrate the sources of investment of inflation. But if you're going to say, I don't believe it, but you don't have something, a counter argument to give, it doesn't work. Which means that it's the importance of building technical capacity in key ministries so that you can do your own analysis and make an argument as to why your proposed alternative policy orientation makes sense. So going into reforms, you always have to engage with the international community. And there will be policy divergence. I'll give you an example. The international community says you should do a monetary fiscal policy reforms, you'll fix your inflation problem. Government says, no, it's a structural issue. So the first point of disagreement is whether there is a need for reform or not. The government may say, no, we're fine. I have heard that many, many times. The country is fine. I'm talking about the policymakers. Even when the public is saying, we need reforms. The policymakers, no, we don't need reforms. So then you have to spend your energy demonstrating that there's actually a need for reforms. Now, do you need a consensus to engage the reforms, or do you need to proceed even when there's no consensus? Because it's very, very difficult to find overall consensus for reforms. Some people will always disagree on reform. In the case of Burundi, for example, recently, now, they are completing a very unique economic reform program. I've been following it. It's really, really good. And the not so surprising thing is, when I read it, it looks very, very much like the one in Ethiopia. Yesterday, somebody said it. Good policy reforms will look the same. They have propositions on the macroeconomic reforms, propositions on structural reforms, propositions on sector reforms. These are the issues that the economy deal with. But the key point about the similarity about the two programs is that they were initiated by the government. They are not imposed by the IMF or the World Bank. They are initiated by the government. It's the technicians of the ministries and the central bank that worked on it. So in this case, nobody can say that if the reform does not work, it's because it was imposed by somebody else. It's designed by the government, and it's going to be implemented by the government. So in discussing policy reforms, there is a process. Again, you're not going to have consensus all the time, but it's an evolving process. You argue, you demonstrate, you argue, demonstrate, and eventually some well-intentioned stakeholders are going to converge to some kind of agreement that there's a need for reform. And then you worry about what kind of reform do we need to deal with, but that's more complicated because different people, even among technicians, will disagree on which reform is needed. For example, exchange rate reform, again, foreign exchange market reform. Some economists will tell you from a camp that the best way to reform the foreign exchange market is a one-time devaluation and unification, and you're done. My belief is that this will never work. It has never worked, nowhere. It has to be a gradual adjustment supported by key reforms in other sectors. Because the exchange rate is a price of money. But the price money depends on the supply and demand of the money. But those are very complex phenomena that depends on many other things. So if you say we're going to dictate an exchange rate, which we call the equilibrium exchange rate, I say good luck. Burundi tried it in May 2023. They didn't. Some people say, Leonce, is that what you told them? I said, people, I heard it like you did on TV. It did not work. But the one they are proposing now, I can bet my money on it. Because it's a more comprehensive approach to foreign exchange reforms, supported by other reforms as well. So quickly on the case of Ethiopia, I've already referred to some of the key points I want to make. Why did Ethiopia eventually shift from focusing on growth to focusing on liberalization-oriented reforms, and structural transformation. And why did it take so long? One is that, as I told you, initially the government was focused on growth and transformation, mainly growth, targeting high growth of over 10%, supported by high public investment, to lay the foundation for strong growth. And as I said, the success of that approach helped to delay, actually counter the pressure for liberalization. Because we say, we're producing the goods, we're growing, so why do you want us to liberalize the banking sector? Why do you want to liberalize the foreign exchange market? So the success helped to support that alternative development strategy. But eventually that model ran out of steam because basically they could not finance the program. Too much domestic financing, high debt, and eventually it became unsustainable. So the key factor is macro financial stability. But of course, political instability from the war made it harder. No, I skipped one important thing. But also, the discussion, the dialogue with the international community, with clear sign of promised substantial development assistance, helped because it played the role of what I called the safety net. The float. If you want to float, I give you a safety gear. That was very, very important for the government to eventually move into reforming the private sector. I mean, the economy. So this is the main structure of the current reform program. As I told you, it all has macroeconomic reforms, structural reforms, and sector reforms, all aimed at creating an environment that facilitates investment, employment creation, and accelerating growth. These are the details, which we can read. So now the results. Again, it was a big bet by the government to jump in the pool, a little bit of safety net, but not sure about the outcomes. But what we see now emerging is very promising. I think it's vindicating the government's decision to do the reforms. And that was due to strong political will to reform the economy, engagement towards fiscal discipline, and finally accepting that a fixed exchange rate regime does not work unless you have an infinite supply of reserves, which is not the case for any developing country. So we already see price stability is emerging, the exchange rate is very, very stable, and reserves are rising because exports are rising. But it's not actually that the country is exporting more in terms of quantity. It's because of more the export revenue is coming into the formal sector, in the banking sector. Whereas before, people were exporting and you didn't know where the money went. Okay? And it's actually surprising. In the case of Burundi, the first vice governor is here. She can confirm. From the beginning of this year, if we compare the gold export revenue that's actually visible coming into the central bank, this year and last year is a big change because the reform signal transparency in the foreign exchange market. The reform signal that those who export gold, who sell gold to the central bank, will receive a fair price. But most importantly, the gold export revenue will come back to the country. Why? The central bank exports gold. It's different than when individuals export gold, they bring the money in their pocket and the rest stays in Dubai and nobody knows. So transparency in export revenue transactions is very, very important. But there are challenges. I should ask also that there is a the government is really also doesn't lose sight of the importance of social safety net, which is very, very important because of the shocks of the reform on the price level. For example, you need to make sure the households are eating and meeting their basic needs. But there are challenges: political instability due to conflicts, and also a very, very difficult global context. One is declining aid. Everybody has heard about the US slashing foreign aid. And it's only that when you have something, you never know how important it is. It's when the USAID program was halted that people realize, oh my God. So this food aid was from USAID? Or you mean this assistance to schools was from the AIC? Or you mean this assistance to hospital was from USAID? Was everywhere. So that's a major challenge. And the other is people don't also realize that the heart of USAID aid came in the context of other donors also having started to reduce aid. UK, Japan, and so on. If you look at over the past years, aid has been declining. So if Africa is serious about financing development, there's one thing that they should not do, is counting on aid increasing. It will not increase. So you have to do your own homework, mobilize your own resources. So there's some visuals to look at the progress in terms of results from the reforms. Inflation, again, is stabilizing at a very low rate. The Ethiopian team here will give you more insights, and my friend Abebe. And that's what really is, I feel very proud of the teams. Because many times the question is the reform working or not? And if you say, oh, it's working, and show me the numbers. So when the teams are producing this kind of evidence, it gives the government ammunition to demonstrate that we took a chance on the reform and it's actually working. Look at the graph for the foreign exchange market. The premium has evaporated. And that has a very, very big impact on agents' behavior, investors, traders, savers, and the like. The fiscal balances are still an issue, but I think they are moving in the right direction with progress in domestic revenue mobilization, but also discipline in expenditure management. So the key political economy lessons are the following. One, there is a limit to alternative ideology and strategy. And a strategy is as good as it is funded. If you cannot fund a development strategy, it is not a strategy. And generally, countries are forced to accept reforms when they run out of steam and they are exhausted. The other is the importance of the reforms being homegrown, because that indigenizes ownership. The government has to own it because it developed it. It indigenizes accountability. You, the government, designed a program. If it doesn't work, you're not going to blame the IMF because you designed it. So accountability, because many times the challenge is that governments often feel that they are accountable to the donors, not the public. Okay, now it's your own reform. You're accountable to yourself and the public. And then the public needs to see credible signs of commitment. You're saying you're going to reform the macroeconomic environment. You're going to reform the fiscal stance. Show me. One is a credible sign of commitment to fiscal reform is whether the government is going to stop printing money to finance the deficit. So in cases that have worked, you have seen that the commitment for the government to not finance
the deficit with advances from the central bank. Yesterday, you heard the colleague from Zambia. He said what? In the books, the government can finance its deficit out to the extent of 50% of the previous budget. What did they do? Now they're taking 0%. That's real commitment, because they have understood that if the government prints money to finance the deficit, the central bank is out of ammunition. You cannot control inflation if the government is printing money to finance the deficit. So another clear rule is, you said you're going to liberalize the foreign exchange market, then do it. You can't say we're going to reform the foreign exchange market, but we're going to keep the exchange rate at. No, it's inconsistent. The foreign exchange market has to signal the market exchange rate, and that's what the central bank has to work with. You may have a margin, you have a range, but it cannot be fixed. The other is the illustration of what you need to advocate to advance an alternative strategy. The reason I'm saying this is that policy is country specific. Country specific. Every country has to adapt the reforms to the current situation. But the only way people are going to believe that your adapted reform is credible is if you can finance it, you can implement it. Otherwise, it becomes a dream. Again, repeating my idea of homegrown policy reform. Again, build the capacity to design reform, implement reforms that are designed by the government. Don't wait for other people to come and tell you what to do. Now, another final takeaway from the experience of Ethiopia and Kenya is the importance of capacity to manage policy dialogue. One, you need to establish policy credibility, a clear ideology, a clear strategy, and the other is technical capacity, and this is where this project comes from. In most cases, the government may be willing to implement, evaluate, and monitor the reforms, but they may not have the right capacity to do it. The objective of this program, this project, is to fill that gap by bringing in experts who independently will come and support the teams in the ministries of finance and the central bank to generate the knowledge, the statistical analytical knowledge that is important to inform the public about what's coming out of the reforms. And therefore, the public can say, oh, things may be hard now, but I can see signs of progress. The donors can say, oh, you took a chance on liberalizing the foreign exchange market. We are seeing the positive results, but you have to show the impact. So that's the objective of these initiatives. And my sincere hope is that this program will be scaled up to include many other countries, many even other sectors, because that's the only way where we can leverage economist research for policy implementation and monitoring and evaluation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for setting the scene, Prof. So with that, we'll now have the Director of Research for AERC say a little bit about the program overall before hearing what it was like to actually be in a series of sort of TED Talk style discussions soon after. So thanks, Abby.
Thank you very much. I think this is session one of 3 sessions. This is political economy of technical assistance support for key policy ministries in Ethiopia and Kenya. We are very happy to have Leons as one of our project coordinators with the Oxford group, which is represented here by my friend Pascal, where are you? I think, yeah, you are there. I think you shouldn't be afraid when I say my friend. If I am a minister, you should be afraid. But I'm a director of research, so you are safe. And Ababa is safe because also Leon said, my friend Ababa, because Leon is not a minister. So, yeah, with that footnote, this session and the sessions coming to be led by Mark Miller, the next one, and also by Robert Mudida from the Central Bank of Kenya, is very important to show you how politics and economics meet. This is where politics and economics meet. When I was preparing for this session, I said, I think we should have capacity, the session should be called Capacity Building for Capacity Builders. Maybe before going into the details of what I mean by that, I should thank also for those of you who have traveled long distances, like, again, Pascal, Mark, Vishal, yourself, as a chair to come. And also, maybe I should single out some support from institutions, central banks, like the Bank of Zambia. Again, my friend Jonathan, whom I know since my UK years when I was teaching. He was doing his PhD, and we are very grateful for the support. And this is the type of technical sessions that we should really stage to support institutions like Central Bank of Kenya, Bank of Zambia, and the rest of it. In terms of the design of putting and embedding national experts within the Ministry of Finance or any key institution, we felt that those who are embedded also need to be mentored, supported, and their capacity should be built. You might say, okay, technical assistance is not new. Yes, it is not new. We have had it for the last 4 or 5 decades. But always, wherever you go, there is always this statement saying that, we have no capacity. So we are not saying that we have the answer, but we came up with a model whereby we should embed technical assistance, and we should also mentor those who are embedded. So you will hear from 2 groups of presenters today from Ethiopia and Kenya briefly on their experience. So the capacity builders within these ministries are the national experts, but ourselves are mentoring them. Myself, Ababa, as a policy economic advisor for the Ministry of Finance, the Oxford Group, not the export, the Economic Policy Network, the Center for the Study of African Economies, like Professor Stefan Durkin, Nick Lee, 2 successive or previous chief economists of the FCDO, but now based at the University of Oxford, and Pascal himself, and Chris Adam coming, and again, Leon's as also the project coordinator. So why did we come up with this technical assistance for ministries and also key policy institutions? It came out of 2 frustrations. When I came to the ARC as a director of research, when I looked at the policy engagement that we have done for 37 years, it was not bad, but it was very peripheral. You have a bunch of researchers producing a research output, presenting it to ministers in meetings like this one, without even talking to them at the beginning of their research. So there was no co-creation, there was no demand-driven research, as Vishal was highlighting at the beginning. So we felt that, okay, one, what we should do is we should really design it differently, and we have to co-create and co-generate. So they come halfway, we come halfway. If you don't agree, I think you walk away. If you agree, I think you will navigate. And I really find it very interesting to work with politicians closely, to identify their needs, and to help them by bringing technical capacity, because ARC is a capacity building institution. That is also even in the spirit of the keynotes that James is going to give tonight. Kindly he agreed to come live. I saw him presenting productive politics. Politics is not always bad. You can really use it for your own advantage, and also to make policy and maybe open doors to put good ideas into practice. So I dropped him a message saying that please give us a keynote on productive politics with African examples. So I also invite you to be awake between 6 and 7 tonight to listen to him. So let me come back to the frustration. The first frustration, the first one, as I said, was we have a policy dissemination which is very peripheral. You don't know whether there is any impact with the policy that we are trying to influence. So I call it peripheral. The second frustration is we have plenty of technical assistance for many decades, 4 or 5, but to no avail. Sometimes our role can be very, very useful in a very pointed and focused way. The Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Economic Planning in Kenya and the Director General of Fiscal Affairs and Economic Policy within the National Treasury and KRA, we had a meeting on tax policy, and they said, just give us an evidence, and based on that evidence, give us some convincing ideas and debates that we can stand in Parliament and air it. So these are really very, very important briefs that you should really be preparing, backed by evidence, and there is no evidence without research, and you are very important in that. So in this capacity building model, we have senior advisors, technical experts, mentoring the national experts like yourself from Ethiopia and Kenya, Alice and others, working closely with the ministers that you are in charge, and also getting maybe more insight into who calls the shots, who makes the decisions, how policies are framed, how they are coordinated, and how they are evaluated, if at all, and whether there is any coordination. Because I think from yesterday's discussion, it is very clear that there is no coordination between the Treasury and central bank units. So across Africa, the capacity or the policy capacity or the macro fiscal policy capabilities building need is much, much greater than ever. If you see what you see in terms of capacity building gaps, there are limited gaps in terms of frontier techniques of maybe forecasting, modeling. Some countries don't have even macroeconomic models. We had some fancy training that took place recently just to see how we can complement existing macroeconomic toolkits of policy units by giving a training on artificial intelligence and machine learning for macro policy. And we are trying to implement that by forecasting inflation. I think one thing that training gave to the participants is that what AI is not, or what ML is, or ML is not, what it does and what it doesn't. That is significant because the hype surrounding those techniques is a lot, but they are very, very complementary. So this exposure is going to be very important, and we are there to provide it because most of the policymakers, they are busy people. Usually they sleep at 2 o'clock in the morning, and their telephone is ringing non-stop, and they don't have time to really interpret data, also translate any evidence that you put in front of them. So you have a very, very important role. So this layered technical assistance is very, very important. I think you can really take an example from schools in Africa. Do you believe that the teachers are good enough to teach your children in Ethiopia or in other African countries? Not yet. They should be trained. So that is the same logic that we are using. It doesn't mean that national experts are not good enough, but I think they should be mentored, guided, supported, and also to be supported by best practices wherever we find them. So that's why even if we call them national experts, they are going to be guided by layers of mentorship. And we are planning to do this not only for Ethiopia and Kenya, but other African countries, because we are Pan-African. Historically, we have been criticized for being to East African or Anglophone. Therefore, we will go to Francophone. I was in person, Seko, your team, meeting in Dakar just maybe 2 weeks ago. We had a very good discussion, and we are considering to really show that we are very serious in terms of supporting the whole of Africa. So ARC is not East African Economic Research Consortium or Anglophone Economic Research Consortium, but it is a Pan-African Economic Research Consortium. Maybe before I conclude, I should say, co-production of ideas and so on. Maybe I will conclude. Do I have time, Vishal?
I think if you'd like to say a couple more words, that's fine. Otherwise, we can go over to the individuals and then maybe take a couple questions at the end if we do have time at the end of that.
Yeah. I think instead of being speculative, it is better to go through the presentations from the Ethiopia team and the Kenya team, and I think to see what we have gathered so far. We call it a planning phase grant. We have implemented it by putting few researchers closely working with key ministries to support technically the key decision makers, senior directors and ministers and so on, both in Kenya and Ethiopia. I think it is better to see what we have observed from that embedding. We call it embedding because we feel that part of our frustration might be addressed by embedding them and also supporting them and guiding them. That's why we call it capacity building for capacity builders and also layered technical assistance. Otherwise, thank you very much, and over to you, Vishal.
Great, thank you very much, Abby. So let's start with the Ethiopia team, I believe. The individuals there can stand up and come over. Thanks. Yes, great. And they'll give a short TED Talk style discussion. Why don't you come up here? And thanks. So I wasn't sure the right order.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. Yeah, my name is.
Sorry, I think it actually might be running out of batteries. I think I saw that on here, March.
Okay, my name is Mangistu, a national expert in Ethiopia at the Ministry of Finance. So we have heard a lot of things about the reform and the change in Ethiopia and what's happening in Ethiopia. So I will share with you my experience at the Ministry of Finance as a national expert in the past few months, especially focusing on the capacity development perspective, and the other colleagues will share with you the other aspects of the experience in the ministry. So Ethiopia has been embarked on a big economic reform, and in this reform, there are three big areas where the gaps are identified. That is, at the individual institutional level gaps and institutional system gaps, and it has been a lot of works in terms of filling those gaps, and we are there embedded and supporting the ministry, not only in the ministry but the National Bank and the Ministry of Planning and Development, which are the major or the core macroeconomic institutions or areas. We call it the interagency institutions. So in that area, or in my over the past months, my experience provided me the deep understanding of the strengths and the gaps gapping points of the institutions. And from that, I can say that there is a huge demand for high quality policy analysis for the policymakers, because Ethiopia is now different from what it has been because of the reform, which touches different aspects of the economy. So one area is the demand for high quality policy analysis. And in that aspect, we participated in writing the macroeconomic review of the past years, and so that's one area, and also there is a capacity gap. But even if there is a strong gap, or a strong capacity in the technical workers, there is seen in application of the tools. And as Dr. Abiy said, we have been taking different trainings and capacity buildings to fill that one. The other areas where there is coordination progress among those three core institutions, which I mentioned earlier, and we have been engaging with those institutions and supporting them, but there is still a need of harmonizing models and assumptions of their workings to bring them together or to the same page. So the other point is, or the other area is, senior leaders are increasingly requiring timely briefings, structured scenarios, and clear risk assessments as the situation or the economic structure is changing over time because of the reforms, as we have seen. And in that area, there is a strong demand or need of supporting the technical workers or staffs, and also providing policymakers or senior leaders to have the timely and the better analysis and situation of the economy. So saying that, we have been supporting and participating in different activities and writings and workings of the ministry, but there are some priority areas where still a need of support and capacity development, such as in advancing or enhancing the skills of the workers in the advanced macroeconomic modeling, dynamic forecasting techniques, and fiscal and debt policy management areas, and also data analytics and visualizations for the ministry. So targeted investment can yield analytical independencies in each institutions, and that is what we are working on, or the areas where high demand is there or most support is required. So in doing that, we are also aspiring to transfer skill and capacity to the staffs or technical workers, as we are embedded supporters to those institutions. We are not a permanent employees there, so there is a need of transferring our skills and capacities to the technical workers, and in that regard, we have some spaces or areas where we can highly support them in terms of mentoring and joint model development, and also supporting institutional strengthening and model harmonization. Different institutions, for example, Ministry of Planning uses another model, Ministry of Finance uses its own modeling, and also National Bank has also its own. So those three institutions tells or gives different figures for the same variable or the same economic indicators, but so this needs to be harmonized in terms of model assumptions and model users, and also giving the same figure or to the public, to the policymakers, and also to the development partners too. So we are there to support in that area. So we are also supporting, or there is a need of supporting them in creation of standardized templates, toolkits, and documentations in order to avoid those gaps among the institutions or difference among the institutions or across the institutions, and have a clear point to the message to the public, and also overall the country. So there is also training and peer learning mechanisms, as already said. This is not a top-down kind of supporting, but it's a kind of peer learning with the technical workers and also the directors. We learn from them and we give them what we have So it's a kind of training and peer learning way of capacity development, and also progress in a progressive handovering of those skills or models and tools that is developed through time to the one who is owning and running and utilizing those tools and methods to the institution. So a strong progress is made over, till now, and also there's a need of sustained embedded support to build independent capacity in those institutions and have independent system there. Yeah, thank you. That's.
Great, thank you, Mengistu. It's great to be able to see in practice from everything we've said what that actually looks like for people. So next person coming up, I think, to give us a little bit more background. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank AREC for giving us this opportunity. I am one of the national experts embedded in the Ministry of Finance Ethiopia. We have mentorship service by senior experts in the ministry, also from Oxford. So we are grateful to all these partners to helping us contribute in the reform process in Ethiopia. So as it has been being said, Ethiopia has embarked on a comprehensive reform from forex liberalization to monetary policy, modernization to public sector restructuring, for example, SOS being oriented to operate in a market, in a competitive market fashion. So the embedded support, we think, will be very helpful. I assume Ethiopia as a car driving on a high speed. So we are there to help the policymakers read the dashboard very well. If it is dusty, we are going to polish it. If some gauges are not showing up, we're going to fix it so that they can see where things are going within the economic machinery. So my friend Mengistu has touched some of the areas that we have learned, we have contributed, we have identified, and the areas on which we are going to continue supporting on. So Peter, can you push the slide? Oh, okay. Okay. So there is a huge demand for deeper, more rigorous analysis in the policy-making institutions. Why? Because now exchange rate is floating, interest rate, the monetary policy is interest-based, a modern one. You have SOS being restructured into a market-oriented fashion, so you cannot take for granted. Earlier, when you have a model, you just take exchange rate fixed, interest rate fixed, so you have just many pieces just being stagnant. Now everything is moving. You have to be aware of what the whole is doing to do well in the part. So I think our embedded support in that regard is a crucial one, because we bring cross-agency perspective. As it has been said, we have macro fiscal forecasting model trainings for many weeks. There, it's not just learning from the trainers. It's a kind of discussion between different experts from the different ministries, from Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Finance, the National Bank. So we debate. So there is a kind of an evolving a common understanding of how each ministry formulates its policy, evaluates its policy, projects or forecasts the key variables. So there we just serve as a kind of interlocutor, if you like. And while we are also learning, so it has been 5 or more months. The first phase, as you know, is we have to observe, we have to know what the reforms are and in what way we are going to contribute. So what did we do? As my friend pointed out, the one thing we did was within the economic management team, which is led by Prof. Abeba, we produced a very nice report on the one-year profile of the Ethiopian macroeconomy. In addition to evaluating the policies, we are also trying to produce policy briefs that inform decision making. For example, I have a recent draft on public investment efficiency, and they would like to inform which areas are doing well, which areas of the public sphere are not efficiently operating, and what can be done. So we can serve in both ends, evaluating the policies themselves and also helping inform decision makers to come up with better policies. Next slide, please. So what are the gaps that we have identified? Oh, okay, I have a slide here. So one area as I tried to show you earlier was there's lack of coordination in terms of modeling. National Bank has its own forecasting tools. MOF has its own forecasting tools. And the planning ministry. Not only each ministry, even different departments may have a separate view of a given macroeconomic issue. So there is an emerging collaboration now with the MIT there, and there's a kind of interagency discussion going on to harmonize the processes, to have a shared database, even though at low level of development. So I think we're learning and also contributing in these regards. And just areas of contribution in the future, what are we going to do going forward? So we'll we'll learn more and help in the interagency coordination. So what can the MOF consider from NEB's policies? For example, the MOF finances itself partly from domestic borrowing, right? So understanding the financial sector, the monetary policy landscape is very critical. So bringing that block into Ministry of Finance decisions is critical. The National Bank also needs to understand the fiscal environment. So this is this interagency collaboration is critical in such a rapid transformation period. So I intend to contribute more in this regard, and there has to be high impact research to inform policy. In that regard, we have started doing that, and going forward, with the help of our mentors, we will try to contribute in producing working papers, policy briefs, and also highly objective reform evaluation analytical reports. Just to summarize, just the embedded support, what I think gives is the part to be aware of what is going on in the whole. This is a quote that I like from Will Durant. So in the embedment program, we try to help the departments, the ministries see their part in light of the whole economic reform, the whole economic change. I think, and the embedded support will be very crucial, and we'll try to play our role as generally as possible, and we're grateful for all the support we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think we have one more from Ethiopia. Guys, great. Thank you. Oh, perfect. Just test to see. Is this working? There we go.
Okay. Thank you very much. I also want to thank ARC, the Oxford universities, and all the supervisors who has been helping us a lot, and also Gate Foundation. So like others, I will try to focus on the embedded support, focusing on what we have learned so far, and also what we can do and the challenges we faced so far. So I'm going to focus on one aspect, which is actually on data. At the beginning of our deployment at the Ministry of Finance, we contributed to some of the nodes or products, and I can truly say that this embedded support is actually already working a lot. We have contributed in the macroeconomic review, as mentioned. Also, I don't want to repeat that one. We have we have produced a policy brief, but based on the recommendation by Professor Ababa, we are extending it to the working paper. Then I personally just gained hands-on training, and this helped a lot in terms of just learning the actual working activity in the Ministry of Finance and the National Bank of Ethiopia, and also at the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, because we have been sharing ideas, we have been sharing data and other stuffs. So it helped a lot. In terms of what I personally learned from this deployment is, as I said, I learned a lot about day-to-day activity. I've been working in academic institutions and other research areas, so I might have theoretical knowledge, but the day-to-day activity at the Ministry of Finance and other aspects might be completely different. So in this regard, it's very helpful. Then while doing these things, there are issues related to data sharing among the intelligences, as mentioned previously. These are now being solved. So, for example, Ministry of Planning has its own data set, National Bank of Ethiopia has its own data set, Ministry of Finance has also its data set. So there need to be just intelligence data sharing platform, which is very important. And most importantly, while collaborating with these institutions, I personally learned how to identify inconsistencies in the data. We have a good data set, surprisingly, if at high frequency level, in terms of monthly data, but there might be inconsistency due to various reasons, maybe due to changes in the baseline. So this is very, very helpful for our future work. So I can truly say that this is one of the areas where this embedded support can have a big impact in terms of just supporting policy making, as long as the objective of this kind of policy making is supporting these institutions. So having unified database sharing platform for these institutions is very, very important, because when, for example, Ministry of Finance do some analytical works, obviously we need data from National Bank of Ethiopia or maybe Ministry of Planning. So this kind of data sharing will accelerate policy making issues. Thus, the third point is where we can contribute to this kind of embedded support. As mentioned by Professor Lewins and others, obviously we are just working in a dynamic economic environment. We moved from assuming some assumption with regard to the exchange rate, interest rate, and other stuff. For example, no direct advance from National Bank of Ethiopia to the Ministry of Finance. So we are living in a dynamic environment. So we cannot assume these things as remain constant. For example, when working with the directors, for example, with Dani and others, we have identified that before the reform, many things are done assuming as something variables as remain constant. For example, exchange rate, interest rate, and other things. Now these things are changing. So we need a model that can incorporate this dynamic environment, and as well as we need experts who can help policymakers in this regard. So we can still support in this regard, and I want to assure you that this is the time where this kind of embedded support will have biggest impact in terms of supporting policy making. So this is my final takeaway. Rather than just recruiting a technical assistant, it is better to embed them with different ministries. And thank you very much.
And the researchers were very concise as well. They've learned how to be short and to the point as they've been in a fast-paced Ministry of Finance and National Bank of Ethiopia environment. Well, thank you very much. So next I believe that's all from Ethiopia. Now we're going to go to Kenya next. Checking to see the Kenya team is here. Great, here we go. Slides not required.
Thank you for inviting us, and thank you for the organizers, the sponsors of this forum. Kenya, our experience is not as deep as the Ethiopian one, because I think of our complexity in terms of what constitutes the national treasury. It's like 3 ministries combined. So we started with the National Treasury, that is the wing dealing with the finance, budgeting, and all that. And that's where my 2 colleagues will be focusing on. But we realized there is a lot of duplication of roles because of this merger. So maybe may start from the start. My name is Dario Amanja. I'm an economist, and also the current chairman of the board of the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, having worked in Treasury for 16 years, Central Bank for 18 years. So I know a lot of what goes on there because I have the experience. Unlike my colleagues from Ethiopia, some of them are transitioning from academia to the industry. But I'm supposed to be guiding our young economists there, linking them with the officers in the Treasury to see how best we can improve the way we do things. Mine is very limited experience in terms of the embedded program because I started with the State Department for Economic Planning last month. It required a bit of talking to the leadership there, the PS, the Director General, the directors. So actually we started working half of last month. The State Department for Economic Planning is very supportive of this notes, trying to interpret the terms of reference from the ERC and what they think is their felt need. Last week I met about 20 staff, senior staff from that ministry. So what we are currently doing is to first understand the role of the State Department for Economic Planning, because it is supposed to be coordinating the planning for the entire country, both at the national level and at the county level. So we are saying they need to develop some coordinated approach so that there is one institution coordinating the others. I had some slides that requested Natalie to put up. I don't know whether it's the next one. So in terms of the role of that State Department, that is what they do. They coordinate national and sectoral development planning. They undertake macroeconomic policy analysis and forecasting. They monitor and evaluate development programs. They coordinate national statistical systems. This is where the National Bureau of Statistics, they are the policy makers, and the Bureau falls under that. They also try to domesticate and report on global and regional development frameworks. And in particular, the Vision 2030, which is almost coming to an end in Kenya, plus the medium-term plan, particularly the 4th medium-term plan, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda of the government, and they also try to align national development priorities with the regional and the global development agenda, and in particular the ESG Vision 2050, and the African Union Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. So having sat with the senior staff there, these are the areas, some of the areas they had identified quite a number, but this is the area they thought they could be supported. And one of them is capacity building in advanced macro modeling and forecasting. And in particular, they have the DSG type of models that captures the structure of the economy. They also appreciate that there is already an existing macro model by Kipra, the Kipra Treasury model. So they were thinking they could add that aspect of DSG modeling. And with that, they think they will be in a better position, particularly to use it to evaluate that Vision 2030 as it comes to an end, and also lay the ground for the next long-term plan. Within that directorate, there is also a department dealing with the public investment. So they proposed to develop skills in integrated project appraisal and the public investment management, and integrated in the sense that this is where you evaluate a project in terms of the economic analysis of the project together with the financial analysis of the project to come up with the socio-economic net present value and all that. Of course, they would want to undertake the policy gap analysis and evidence-based policy making to strengthen and also cascade it to the counties, because they are the ones that are supposed to be guiding planning across the country. Of course, they talked of the sectoral data analytics and the digital upscaling. Of course, the tracking and the reporting of SDGs. And they had in mind of developing the operational training resources and the curricula, particularly developing some modules, dashboards, guidelines that they aim to cascade to all the stakeholders that need the guidance of planning. Of course, they talked of developing some partnerships and the technical networks to ensure there is continuous peer learning, continuous exchange of knowledge, and harmonizing the planning processes in the country. However, if I were to put as I said, there is a lot of duplication in the country. Now, as an individual who has worked for this country, because we have very many institutions dealing with the same things, and we thought this this department could be empowered to make sure that all these are harmonized and they talk one language. So in terms of the opportunities where we thought we could make impact is first for the ministry or for the state department to have clear visibility in the scheme of things in Kenya. They need to undertake or to be enabled through that training and the building of those skills to undertake a critical review of the Vision 2030 to identify where did we succeed, where did we fail, why did it not achieve the intended purpose, because I think we were to grow at a certain growth rate, which I think we have not, and what can be done better to improve the way we move. The second area that they can make immediate impacts after getting some skills is laying the ground for the next long-term development plan. I'm sure there will be that vision, whichever period they will decide, but they need now to have learned from the previous vision to the current one. I mean to the future one that they want. They also thought we could make immediate impact in terms of aligning national development agenda, that is at the national government level, with what is happening at the counties, because we have to plan together. We have to cascade whatever is at the top to the bottom, because they also have their own priorities. How do we harmonize these sets of priorities, both at the national and at the county levels? We also intend to think with this type of training and the models they want the modeling skills they want, to improve the way we forecast our revenues and our expenditures. Because currently, we have so many revised budgets. They are supposed to be 1 or 2. But nowadays, it's like when you do an annual budget, there are so many revised budgets that come up. And maybe the problem would be the way we forecast our revenues and our expenditures. If you don't get it right, obviously you'll be missing the target, and therefore the need for revised budgets. Well, at least when I used to work there, we used to have only one revised budget in a year. And it was to cater for unforeseen expenditures, not because of shortfalls in revenues and all that. And for those of us who are a little bit old enough, in the Ministry of Planning, that time it was a separate ministry, we used to have a long-range planning department. And that was the department that was assisting the government to forecast long-term and advise accordingly, and the advice would be taken very seriously. So we never used to, I think, to have many misses the way we do currently. We also want to institutionalize mentorship and backstopping mechanisms to support the application of skills in all these other areas: budgeting processes, medium-term planning, implementation and SGE reporting, as well as in project appraisal-related activities. So these are the areas that I thought, given this project, given time, we can make an impact. Because at least for us now, the only other problem is the National Treasury has 3 state departments. There is the National Treasury that deals with budgeting and all that. There is the Economic Planning, State Department for Economic Planning. There is also a new one that was created recently on, I think it was to do with the public investment and the asset management. These are all state departments with the different roles, but some of those roles are overlapping. And that's why I think if we start our focus on the state department for economic planning, it can coordinate the other state departments. I think that is what my experience, as I said, is 1 month, although I've been working with my other colleagues who will come and tell their story about the embedded project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can see how much alignment it takes very early stage, as Professor Di Kumana mentioned, early stages. And each country will look slightly different. So this is really helpful to see, get a comparative advantage. I believe we have another person coming up from Kenya. Alice, great. Thanks. And apologies, we recognize we're standing between you and lunch, so we're trying to stick to time there. But.
Good afternoon. So I'm Oluoch Alisa Chieng, a national expert based at the National Treasury and Economic Planning. We've been there with my colleagues since July. And as Dr. Manja said, there are 3 state departments, but we've been based mostly at the National Treasury State Department, 12th floor, which is mostly involved with the budget making and policy. So my experience based at the National Treasury, from the time we've been there, mostly we've realized that the absence of an updated monitoring system, especially a recent PEFA assessment and comprehensive progress tracking mechanism, has significantly limited the government's ability to evaluate the performance of the policies in place, and also to ensure accountability and make evidence-based fiscal decisions. The last PEFA assessment was in 2022, so there's need to have a current one. The other thing I've realized is that the most passive barrier, especially to policy making in Kenya, is limited resources, both in terms of financial, human capacity, and institutional. We realize Kenya budget making process, even the revenues compared to the expenditure, sometimes there's a shortfall. This restricts stakeholder participation and leads to the reduction of the overall effectiveness of each stage of the policy making cycle. The third insight is that the effectiveness of evidence-based policy making in Kenya has been significantly constrained by gaps in the data quality, accessibility, and analytical capacity. There's a shortfall, especially in the human capacity and ability to interpret most data. Then the country's revenue potential has remained significantly constrained by both structural and administrative weaknesses, especially in the informal sector. We realize in Kenya, most people are in the informal sector who are not registered, especially when KRA is trying to deal with matters of collecting tax and improving on revenue in order to be able to carry out or to cater for the debt and the expenditure in place. There has also been issues with compliance enforcement due to shortfall in human resources at the Kenya Revenue Authority and other institutions involved. We have also realized that Kenya has persistent accumulation of unpaid government bills. Most of our expenditure overweigh our revenue collection, and this is primarily driven by cash flow constraints, fragmented project management, as well as slow verification processes. Some of the areas where technical support is needed is upgrading our monitoring and evaluation framework, as well as institutionalizing regular PEFA assessment and fiscal risk assessment. Then we can build targeted technical support in areas such as evidence generation, stakeholder engagement in policy making, capacity building coordination, monitoring and evaluation, as well as policy communication. Another area that support is needed is strengthening data infrastructure, improving data governance, and enhancing capacity building to ensure reliable, inclusive, and actionable policy decisions are undertaken. Another area we can improve on is having digital infrastructure modernization, capacity building in advanced auditing and international taxation, standardization of revenue system, and enhanced analytics for informal sector and non-tax revenue. Another area where support can be effective also is the linking of budgeted resources, project execution, especially the large projects that the government undertakes, development projects, and having payment verification through integrated digital system and strengthened institutional capacity. Then some of the areas of opportunity to impact change is by enhancing user capacity, especially through training macrophysical analysts of officers who deal in the policy making, especially in the State Department where we are based, on data management and the use of modern analytical tools. Then support can also be to conduct and disseminate evidence-based research, including policy-relevant studies, trainings on analytical and interpretation of these studies, and technical assistance to develop communication strategies, especially for policy rollout and public awareness. We can also create interoperability solutions to enable seamless data sharing between ministries, counties, and national statistical systems, which will lead to strengthened coordination across systems in the policymaking process. Can also assist in the conducting of rapid audit of high-risk entities with persistent unpaid bills in order to try and deal with the high debt ratio of Kenya, as well as conduct capacity building for finance officers in areas of contract management and public finance management, compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have one more colleague from Kenya. Oh, just great, Daniel.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Godfrey Mugwemi from the National Treasury, national expert embedded at the National Treasury, specifically the Treasury side. And I am working at the Macro and Fiscal Affairs Department. And for my presentation, I have titled my presentation From Insights to Actions. And this is what we have managed to gather as far as the need assessment is concerned. To start us off, these are some of the need assessment that I have gathered so far since deployment as a national expert at the National Treasury. One, it's that I have realized that there is need to strengthen and centralize Kenya's macroeconomic forecasting capacity so as to produce reliable and consistent data-driven forecast. For example, in Kenya, you find that we have different models. We have different institutions that support the government. We have the National Treasury, we have KIPRA, we have Central Bank, and also we have KRA. But you realize an institution like KIPRA work most of the time with economic planning, that is the State Department of Economic Planning. But now we have the National Treasury that work kind of independently in terms of modeling. KIPRA and State Department for Economic Planning, they have what you call KTMM. But when you come to the Treasury side, you find there is a macro model. And all these models, they are speaking to one thing. They are projecting one thing, be it GDP or other macroeconomic variables. So I realize there is need to centralize all these models so that we produce a reliable and a consistent and a model that is data-driven. In terms of revenue, in Kenya, there has been some shortfall. Maybe Kenya Revenue Authority has not been meeting the target. And also, there has been large in-year budget adjustment. So between whatever has been budgeted, when the implementation phase comes, you see there is a lot of adjustment. And this primarily from analysis that was done from PEFA report, it was cited that this was a result of weak expenditure commitment controls and also the issue of optimistic revenue forecasting. Also at the National Treasury, there has not been fully leveraged, they have not been leveraged, they have not been able to leverage on the available data. For example, we have a system called IFMIS. IFMIS, it's a system that record essentially the expenditure. So how can we get data? How can we build capacity at the National Treasury so that staff at the National Treasury can be able to extract data from IFMIS and do projections using the real data that has been generated from such a system. So there is also the issue of weak project appraisal, and this brings the whole aspect of policy coordination between the National Treasury and also the ministries. Remember, there are what we call the donor-funded projects that are initiated from the ministry level. So there is need to make sure that projects that are generated, or rather that emanates from the ministry level or other MDAs, they are properly appraised. And you find that some of the projects the cost-benefit analysis, you find that at the end of the day, the cost-benefit analysis was not done properly, and this results to loss to the taxpayers. So there is also a need to build capacity in terms of project appraisal, both in the National Treasury and also in other MDAs. As we are all aware, there is the issue of public debt in Kenya, and in fact, as per the IMF and World Bank report, the recent report on Kenya debt sustainability analysis, it had projected that in 2025, the GDP, the debt to GDP ratio would be 64%. But as we stand now, we have already surpassed that because we are at about 69%, that is 12.0 trillion against the GDP of 16 trillion. So we have already surpassed the projection of IMF and also World Bank. So there is need to look at that particular area as far as technical assistance is concerned, so that we see how we can help Kenya and the National Treasury to address the issue of debt. So some of the areas where technical support is needed. One, there is need to build high-level analytical and economic skill within the National Treasury. Now, ARC, they had a very brilliant project. The training project, that is CPP and also CMAP and CMI, where the experts that were trained at the master program were embedded at the National Treasury. And this, the project itself was that when you complete 3 years of being embedded at the National Treasury, there wasn't any transition process to the next level or being absorbed, permanently at the National Treasury. So you get trained for 3 years and then you are released. You are released by the National Treasury. So I think this embedded support now comes to complement what ARC started, because now this technical support will train people or staff that are the National Treasury to make sure that in terms of analytical skills, in terms of economic skills, they are well. And we already have people who have got high level of education to the master's level who are able now to be trained and move the issue of analytical and econometric analysis forward as far as forecasting is concerned. There is also the issue of modernizing macroeconomic models and forecasting. You find that most of the time, like for example, at the National Treasury, the Macro and Fiscal Affairs Department, there is what you call macro model. But in the macro model, you find the coefficients, because I have interacted with models, with that model, you see the coefficient that is used to project. Maybe, let's say I want to see how agriculture will affect GDP in this coming financial year. You see that coefficient, maybe it is not based on the most recent data. You see, now, when you are projecting with a coefficient, thank you. When you are projecting with a coefficient that is not based on the most recent data, it means that you'll get long projection at the end of the day. So there is need for technical support in that area to make sure that the coefficients that are used are based on the most recent data, or rather the most recent research. There is also the issue of, I had said that, creation of centralized macroeconomic modeling unit. There also the issue, there is need to establish or strengthen the internal research and policy analysis unit, and also improve analytical capacity for debt sustainability. Then opportunities, one, regular updates of coefficient elasticities based on the most recent data and empirical research, and we can leverage on the vast experience of ARC. And now the Treasury can pick those coefficients and put them in the models, and then they are able to project correct values as far as forecasting is concerned. Then there is the issue of incorporating human behavior response in the macroeconomic models coefficient. For example, the coefficients that are generated, they only capture the macroeconomic variable, how agriculture will affect GDP. But remember, every policy change you bring, there is change in human behavior. Are we able, as technical assistant, or rather as ARC, I know there is that capability to incorporate the aspect of human behavioral response to a certain policy change, so that that is affected in our coefficients as far as projection is concerned. There is also the issue of promotion of the development of centralized macroeconomic modeling. I had said that, and also to integrate the climate consideration. Now, currently, the macro model at the Macro and Fiscal Affairs Department, they have already started that initiative with the World Bank. I think on 8th or from 8th to 11th, there will be that training where now we want to incorporate the aspect of climate change into the macro model that is used by the Macro and Fiscal Affairs Department. So that brings in the issue of climate risk into the model. So thank you so much for your time. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, and apologies, it's always hard to go last, but thank you so much for the two teams. So now we don't have any time for questions, so my suggestion is you will see the individuals at lunch, I assume, and throughout the next day or two. So please do go up to them if there's any other questions. 2 minutes. 2 questions. I think we're not allowed to go beyond there. I think we're supposed to go up. So why don't we go back later on after? So I'll suggest we move to sort of individual questions after, sort of casually from there, and we'll go from there. But thank you very much, everyone, for your time. I believe everyone has vouchers for lunch. They'll going around now, and then it'll be start from there. Thank you very much.
Policy reform agenda. It's a great pleasure to be here today and to introduce this panel about implementing economic policy reforms in Africa. This morning we spoke a bit about the political economy of economic policy reforms. We also heard a bit about the work that AERC are doing to support capacity, technical capacity in Ethiopia and Kenya. This afternoon, I think we really want to try and better understand from our panelists, if you like, the sort of art of managing economic policy reforms, and whether an organization, a gathering like this, can usefully gather and share learnings about what works and what doesn't when it comes to economic policy reform implementation. So I'm delighted to welcome my esteemed panel. We have Professor Abebe Shimeles, Dr. Jonathan Chipili, Chrissy Dube, and Pascal Mensah. I won't go through their full biographies. They can introduce themselves, and they're no doubt well known. So I want to, I guess, start the discussion building a bit on what we heard about Ethiopia's policy reforms this morning. Professor Shimeles has been, right at the heart of, government while these reforms have been taking place. And I guess it would be, we'd be interested to hear your reflections a bit around what the reforms are trying to achieve, but also some of the, the challenges and lessons in trying to implement them that you've seen from, inside government, as it were. So over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Warm welcome to you again. Let me thank the ARC for inviting the Ethiopian team, let's call them, to this interesting session. So I'll spend 5 minutes and tell you the best stories I have learned from Ethiopia. It's not what you expect. This morning, I think Leons took a bit of an academic shot at why reforms do not happen. But that's not my intention. Mine is from a practitioner's point of view. If you are in a place like Kenya or Ethiopia or wherever, and you are an economist aspiring your country to transform, to reform, what would be the lesson you learn? One, I think from my perspective, and probably useful for ARC, is there is a huge deficit in our understanding of macroeconomics in Africa. That's what I learned. The first lesson I have is a lot of, Group B, we have it in ARC. Within a very short period of time, about 2 years, it came to my attention that we hardly understand macroeconomics in Africa. So this is a challenge to ARC. We have not exhausted in understanding macroeconomic fundamentals, how they interact and impact livelihoods in the continent. So we need to generate high impact evidence-based research. The other is having a community of experts within the economic agencies in Africa is super critical in my view. This cuts across 3 areas. 1, policy coordination. 2, surveillance, economic surveillance. So decision makers have timely but also intelligent information on how the economy is evolving. And the third is to look at the impact of policy reforms. Ethiopia, for instance, undertook one of, in the country's history, what we call a comprehensive, bold, unprecedented reform. It was sweeping in every sense of the word, and the government institutions were not even prepared to handle that scale of economic reform. And there was a lot of anxiety before they launched the reform. They were worried about the impacts. It's a typical IMF packaged program, however, with a bit of Ethiopian flavor. 2 issues stood out in the reform. One is macroeconomic stability. That is the IMF bread and butter. But there is another aspect of the reform, which is shifting the source of growth away from public investment-driven economic growth towards market development and private-led economic growth. So these are very, very challenging for any country in the world to provide structural reform on the one hand that stimulates economic growth, shifts the source of growth away from all of those traditional that the government used to know toward this market reform, and then ensure macroeconomic stability, contain inflation, manage exchange rate fluctuation, and set up a predictable and credible reform rollout. So 1 year into the reform, the government's data show probably the most successful reform ever. This is not my word, the IMF's word. Why? For me, one of the reasons is economic reform has been long overdue in the country. So this is Leon's point. The second point is Ethiopia's potential has never been exploited to the extent with a little reform you get rapid recovery in economic indicators. Let me give you a couple of examples. Let's take our exports. We used to export 1/3 of Kenya's in terms of merchandise, around 3 billion a year. And our policymakers were raising champagne because they hit 3 billion. That was last year. And this year they achieved 8.5 billion after the reform, right after the reform, 1 year. And then in the last 3 months they achieved 4 billion. So they expect 12 billion in the conclusion of the year. Reserves increased almost 10-fold. The balance of payments now is almost in surplus. And exchange rates in Ethiopia, those of you who travel through Addis, you know, the announcements as you descend into the capital. Ladies and gentlemen, anything you carry beyond $3,000, we come and take it out of your pocket. Today in Ethiopia, you are allowed to take out $10,000 without no government question. Is this because the reform created miracle? No, it simply removed barriers that used to bear a lot on economic activity. And then the other part is economic growth itself has increased. So this is not typical in any fiscal tight, extremely budget controlled, the fiscal policy in Ethiopia, for instance, there is no direct advance now. Government, if it needed to finance its budget, it had to borrow from the market. So it's as tight as it could be. But economy was growing and everybody was just confused. Some people say maybe the data is not right. But I think we did a surveillance with the World Bank independently to monitor what was happening ever since the reform started. And 2-3 months before the reform started, and we were surveying prices, we were surveying people's perception, we were surveying also attitudes towards the reform by the public. And most of it so far suggests the reform seems to be credible. Now the question you asked, what are the challenges going forward? I think for me, the most important is again economic management, because this one, Ethiopia is not used to run a market-based economy. For a very, very long time, it is administrative-led reform. If I were a central bank governor in Ethiopia a year ago, I would sleep safely because I know interest rate is 9% forever, and exchange rate is 56 birr per dollar. Today, for instance, the governor has to sit on his desk watching all the financial markets exchange rates and the black market rates, and then trying to understand why the movement is happening up or down anyway. And the finance minister cannot sleep because his budget cycle doesn't guarantee him deficit financing without printing money. So he has to borrow from the market at 18% interest rate, which means there has to be a cash flow management which should be done every week with rigorous statistical tools to project revenue and expenditure. That's why the postdocs you have seen this morning are needed. But beyond that, what I'm very proud about is we have now over 25 staff that work within the central bank, within the Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Finance, who are now creating what we call a community of experts. And then we are working also with the University of Oxford Economic Policy Network, for whom we are very grateful. They have very first-class economists, so they monitor and mentor our progress. For that to happen, the Gates Foundation has done an extremely great job. And I think if I were them, this is the place I would put my investment. This is transformational, it's not transactional. It is long-lasting, and it can secure credible results within a very short period and in a small sum. The cost of running this project is almost incredibly very low, but the returns are incredibly high. Thank you so much. So,
well, I know you need to run away, so I'm just going to, but I just want to ask one or two follow-ups, if that's okay, because Professor is demanded in 2 different rooms at the same time. So before we lose you,
go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, perhaps just 2 things. So one, you said the institutions were not necessarily prepared for the changes. So if you kind of had your time again, or as you're learning, what are there certain sort of kinds of skills or communication or things that you would have done differently? That's one. Secondly, in terms of, you talk about this building this community. If, I don't know, another country, let's say, I think, you know, there were Senegalese on our table before. What kind of skills or community is it that you were trying to build? What lessons could other countries take? The specifics that have been most valuable. And the third, if possible, is you mentioned an Ethiopian flavour to the reforms. I'd be interested to just hear a bit about, you know, what that looked like, and if there's any lessons for how countries think about customising their reforms to their needs.
No, thank you so much. Let me start from the last question. The Ethiopian flavor, that country is an enigma to everybody. It's full of paradoxes. So you have an airline, for instance, that is competing on international business and still making profit. And yet you have also, on the other hand, governments, what do you call it, SOEs, who are losing money at a scale that the country can't even afford. And then you have an economic management that is against the market principles, instincts, and incentives. So the moment, for instance, IMF started its usual package, their worry was inflation would go beyond even what it had been. And the second point they were raising was there would be a lot of economic contraction. And what happened was exactly the opposite. Inflation started to decline. So they started asking us, I mean, are these numbers correct? So we basically told them to check with the World Bank, which is monitoring independently prices. Now, the other part is the resilience of the civil service. I think the Ethiopian flavor is, as soon as, for instance, this market orientation started to come in, which brings to me the first question. The central bank, for instance, which used to take orders basically from the executive, had to prepare a document on its autonomy and the way its board of directors are selected, the way the governor is run, is elected. And really that process was so smooth, as if this country had never had any issue with the central bank. Suddenly that happened. The fiscal people, when they were told they would never get money 1 cent from the central bank, they said okay, and they survived 1 year. This shows the resilience of the civil service. Maybe Ethiopia has long years of tradition of civil service. You tell them to do one thing, they do it, even in the most difficult condition. Now, the other question about what would community of experts, what do I mean by that? This reform has taught me one thing. The IMF, when they come with a model, they come with expertise, and they come with an ideology. And now we are recipients. And if you don't have people who can challenge, because I have seen the IMF team is convinced if you give them credible evidence that you cannot do X, but you can do it that way in Y. And from this experience, I think many countries in Africa need to invest at a middle level. The directors need to be on top of the issues they are managing, whether it is in the fiscal policy, exchange rate policy, monetary policy, but also the staff should be first-class experts. I'm not saying economists, experts in those areas. I think Kenya, for instance, I applaud them because the central bank, they have a very strong team. They know how to manage that. I heard from my colleagues also Zambia, they do have an excellent team. So Ethiopia doesn't have that level of expertise that these guys have. So we have a lot to learn from them. So the idea of creating that community of experts who could be elevated to a level to advance would be my answer.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Professor. I know you need to run off, but thank you for your comment. Oh, do you have time for a quick?
Thank you very much. So why would a reform oriented to markets, which are imperfect, work? Yes, a reform in the direction of markets.
Yes.
And these markets are imperfect. Why should that reform work?
If markets are
Imperfect, yes.
Why
And
should the reforms work?
Yeah, market-oriented reforms work.
You see, this is a identification problem you are just telling me. In our case, the markets exist, but they are informal. Let me give you one just example. If you want to buy dollar...
I've understood.
Yeah. So the reform just made the informal formal. Yeah, okay. Markets exist.
Thank you. I know you need to go and challenge your research colleagues. So thank you very much for your contributions. Let's let's continue this discussion on the specifics of reforms. Perhaps now we can go to the example of Zambia. And Jonathan, you can talk us a bit about some of the kind of recent reforms that have been taken place in Zambia, and again, some of your reflections on challenges and approaches to policy implementation that could be useful to share with the group. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Mark, and afternoon, everybody. Just once again to thank the ERC for allowing me to participate in a panel discussion. This is the second time I'm appearing on this. Thanks so much for that. I think the case of Zambia was highlighted yesterday, but just to note that it's not the first time that we're embarking on economic reforms. We've been on this path from the 80s. Obviously, down the road, the ball was dropped. We came up, dropped again. But I think what is critical for us has been the case that the times that we've taken these significant reforms have been preceded by unsustainable debt. The fiscal position has been weak, and this is what has led to the reforms. So the recent reforms were currently, the phase we are in, again, were informed by the same. And the Deputy Governor did highlight that at length yesterday, and I don't want to go through that detail. So the most important thing is that the current economic reform program we are on is supported by the IMF ECF, Extended Credit Facility Arrangement. But it's sitting on the 8th National Development Plan, which was initiated by government. And the focus of the National Development Plan focuses on economic transformation and job creation. And within that, they identified 5 sectors to drive the growth. That's mining, we are mining dependent, agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, and energy. The bottom line is to make it easy for these sectors to operate. So meaning that the business environment must be worked on by undertaking specific, by addressing sector constraints. So I wouldn't want to go through those constraints that each of these sectors have faced. But the most important thing within this reform drive was that a platform was created called the Public-Private Dialogue Forum. So this is meant to address specific issues in each sector on a quicker basis, in the sense that once the issues are identified that is constraining business in those areas, they are brought out and handled by this arm of government, which is working directly with the private sector, and the interface with the ministerial committee, such that where certain decisions need to be made, they need to go through a legislative process. They are addressed through cabinet decisions directly, so that those issues are put aside. So that's one of the critical issues which has helped to address most of the constraints that the sectors have faced for some time. But the other bit on the fiscal side has been the case that besides debt restructuring, which we have benefited from, we've now been upgraded by the 3 rating agencies. We are now come out of the default. It's still junk, but better than what we were. Was the fact that we needed to correct the fiscal position. So it meant that we needed to run a positive primary balance. Now that is not simple, because it means that a lot of things needed to give in, particularly on the expenditure side. So one of the issues that almost easily gave in was the funding of capital projects. So instead of funding that directly from the budget, that now shifted to the PPP arrangement. And the law has been put in place, and it has been strengthened, revised, so that the contract and the mode of operation is easy and fully understood by everybody. So capital projects are now mostly funded through the PPP mode. But it also meant that the government could not go to the international market to borrow because debt was unsustainable. It meant that the government now could only rely on concessional borrowing, and this has been the case. It means the international market was closed. Now, concessional borrowing means that you have very limited degrees of freedom. You can only borrow from multilateral institutions, the World Bank, IMF, meaning that you are on the program, you have to perform. Of course, there are targets that needed to be met, and of course, the AFDB. Central bank borrowing, again, was closed. The Deputy Governor did comment on that. It means that domestic borrowing from the central bank is 0, and that has been the case since 2015. And lastly, borrowing from the domestic market has progressively reduced. For next year, the government is looking at less than 2% of GDP to be taken out from the market. As a result of these reforms, what we've seen is that fiscal deficits have now reduced on a cash basis from as high as 14% in 2020. For last year, it was 3.6%. For this year to go up slightly by 1 percentage point, because they need to deal with some legacy external debt, which allows them to undertake a liability management operation. But for next year, it's coming back to 2.1%, and by 2028, they're looking at below 1% of GDP as fiscal deficit. Now, this is remarkable because it requires very, very, very strong expenditure controls. And what the government has done is to introduce laws. The Public Financial Management Act is in place. The procurement law has been tightened as well. And more importantly, the contraction of debt, and this is the point that Professor Ndikumana raised yesterday. How sure are you that you are not going to slip up on the debt side? So the Public Debt Management Act of 2022 was enacted. So now that gives the Parliament oversight over debt. So any new loan that is contracted by government has to be approved by Parliament. And on an annual basis, a debt sustainability analysis has to be done and presented to Parliament as well to make sure that debt remains sustainable. And with the debt restructuring which has taken place now, our debt position is sustainable on a forward-looking basis. So that has been done. On the monetary front, monetary policy has remained relatively tight because inflation has trended above the target. But obviously, the factors have to do with what has been happening to the exchange rate. And by the way, the capital account, current account were liberalized in the early 1994. So we've been on this path for a long time, and like our colleagues were running through, and the point Professor Mwabu has just raised, for us, we've been on this path for a long time. Obviously, we have to contend with the shocks that hit the market. And with that arrangement, we've had to take specific reforms in 2003 where we allowed the exchange rate to be more driven by what is happening in the interbank market. But the key lessons we've picked from what has been happening in this reform arrangement is that it's very important to have realistic targets. And this is the review which came out when the 2024 8th National Development Plan was done, that you need to have, yes, in some instances it appeared some of the targets were ambitious, so we need to be realistic. 2, we need to have enough resources to implement the reforms. 3, we need strong institutions. to implement the reforms, meaning that capacity building, which obviously ARC will come in handy to support. Strong coordination with non-state actors is also another element. I think in our case, the creation of the public-private dialogue forum has worked well to unlock some of the constraints. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Maybe just a very quick follow-up before I pass on to colleagues. Is this well, two questions. One is, you talked a bit about how Zambia's been on a sort of the reform path for a long time, but the reforms, if you like, have happened periodically in response to, I suppose, debt challenges. This latest wave of reforms, if you like, you describe sort of reforms that have been put in place to bring back macroeconomic stability. Do you have any reflections on the challenges of sort of reforms that prevent growth being episodic, prevent the kind of up and down, the kind of the long-term growth challenges? And I'm particularly thinking here about what you said about this public-private dialogue. I'd be interested to hear a bit more about who's coordinating that, and whether there's any kind of lessons for others here about the kinds of institutions that are required to implement a forum like that well, and how that responds to the specific economic challenges you're facing in Zambia.
The reforms are known and they're done at a higher level, but in terms of dealing with some of the very specific constraints which are specific, sector specific, it's coordinated by the PPDF, which I've just talked about. So these are more of a quick fix, as opposed to waiting for going through a legislative process, which can be quite a lengthy process. So this is a government institution, and IFC funds it as well, supported by IFC. So this has worked well, I think, to deal with some of the immediate issues that need to be resolved. And the Bank of Zambia has also utilized the PPDF, one, to deal with the issue of strengthening external sector statistics by implementing the export proceeds tracking framework. The issue, again, Professor Ndikumana raised yesterday, that Zambia shouldn't have problems with revenue issues, to the extent that what they see from the other side is that the corporate revenues are very strong, and therefore we should be collecting more. So what we did was that indeed, if you went into the balance of payments, you see a huge current account surplus, but when you go into the financial account, you don't see where this money is invested or who is owning these funds. So effectively, what you see in the financial account is other investments, a huge amount, but you can't break it down. So what we did then was to come up with this framework last year to track exports, meaning that when all exporters are now mandated by law to bring back their money into Lusaka, but they are free to take it out because they don't have capital accounts. So it's just for tracking purpose. And we are going a step further to track imports as well, including services, so that we are able to have a clear look at the statistics on a three-degree basis, external sector statistics, yes. So we used the PPDF platform to consult the private sector on how that framework would work. Secondly, we are using the PPDF as well to implement the currency regulations, where we are enforcing the use of the kwacha in domestic transactions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to turn now to Chrissy Dube, who's the Executive Director of Good Governance Africa. We've been talking a bit about specific country examples, and also, I suppose, hearing very much from people who are kind of inside government, if you like. But clearly governance is about more than just bureaucrats, and so perhaps you can talk, give us a bit more of a sort of regional perspective, but also how you see the economic management from I suppose a broader governance perspective, and some of the lessons you've learned from your work. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark, and there we go. Thank you, Mark. And I think that from a governance perspective, it's important to understand the role that stakeholders play in achieving particularly economic and even more so political reform. So ahead of political reform or any change in policy, what you need to understand is that, is there a policy window for the change in policy that you are trying to advocate for? And if it isn't there, then when is it going to be there? Because it's something else to do research, it's something else to collect data, and data is very important in decision making. It is what drives effective decision making. But is that data needed at the time? So there's a need to align, relevant policy windows with the reform that you would be advocating for or seeking to change. And then from a multi-stakeholder approach, it's very important to ensure that locally, from a community perspective, and partners in different sectors, whether it's with the government or the private sector, whether it's with the financial sector, depending on the sector that you're targeting, are also involved in the reform. And the community can be one of the biggest barriers if they feel like they are being imposed or that you are implementing something that they don't need. And I'm going to give you a very practical example of the mining sector. Chevron in Nigeria some years ago went into a local deep rural community and built a school. And this was their CSI, or this is what they thought they were sowing back into the community. And the day that they launched the school and the school was open effectively, nobody sent their kids to school. And then now they went back to the community and they wanted to probe and find out, but why aren't you sending your kids to the school? And they said, but we have schools. What we actually need is water. So it's very important that the community is involved and there's an aspect of inclusion right from the beginning, because the community can either accept what you are trying to reform or reject it at the same time. And then, like I said, there's a need for data-driven decisions and decisions informed by data. I think Prof gave a beautiful example of, how the IMF will come with, what they have. When you have, data and when you have empirical evidence to show that actually this is what we need, then it's more of African solutions for African problems, which is something that was discussed, yesterday in great depth. And I think that it's also important to institutionalize monitoring and learning in the processes, because even while you are undertaking a reform, you might find that it's not fit for purpose anymore over time, or that there's some aspects of it that might not necessarily work. And that's why there might be need to have a pilot phase in the reform and ensure that there is monitoring, there is evaluation mechanisms, but there's also space and room for learning, because learning doesn't necessarily end. And if it's implemented effectively from the beginning, then we'll find ourselves being more successful, whether it's socioeconomic or political reform. And then there's need to localize and align across all levels with meaningful decentralization. I remember with the G20 and during the post G20 meeting that I attended ahead of coming here, I remember my remarks being, the leaders' declaration is not enough. It's spot on, and it's something that is needed, not only in the global south, but in the globe altogether. But the declaration on its own is not going to bring the change. What are the processes that are going to be put in place in the different countries to localize it, but also to monitor the effectiveness of the declaration, so that it informs, the future discussions that will be had in that regard. And I think that finally, there is need to always leverage off, regional cooperation, whether it's with the African Union or with regional bodies like ECOWAS. There is need for that regional buy-in as well to the political reform, because what you might find is something that Kenya is trying to do. Maybe there is another country in the region that has already done it effectively. What are the lessons learned that can be shared from there? What are the mistakes that they made that you can learn from and ensure that you avoid making such similar mistakes? So I think that it's very important to have like a multi-stakeholder approach in any kind of reform to ensure that it is balanced.
Thank you, Christy. Can I ask you just a couple of follow-ups? So one of the things you mentioned was about policy windows, that kind of windows for change come up, and we heard it also this morning about the political economy of reform. Can you say anything about work that can be done when windows aren't open? Like if you're preparing for the window, some of the kind of background work that different stakeholders might be doing. That's one question. And the second question is, you mentioned data, and I think people would all agree around the value of data. But there's often questions around sort of what data to prioritize. There's lots of demands. Different stakeholders want to see different kinds of data. And I don't know if you have any reflections on your work on critical priorities in the region or in certain countries.
Thank you. So I think that there's really need to be proactive in understanding policy windows, and sometimes it's in building relationships. So it's targeting whether it's the parliament, or it's targeting whether it's the financial sector, if it's the banks, or it's targeting governments, if that's the level of policy that is being made, and approaching them with existing research. You need to show the value of the work that you are already doing, and show them the research that you are doing, and offer then to do some research for them. That's how they'll know about you as an organization, and that's how they will then consider you, whether it's in steering committee meetings, portfolio committee meetings, or in parliament, or if it's in the financial sector. You need to position yourself and align yourself as a strategic partner. Otherwise, you'll never know when the policy window is, because it's often internal discussions that happen at high level. So there needs to be proactivity on the part of expert and research organizations and institutions like the AERC and others across the continent. And then I think your second question
around data priorities.
Yes. So data priorities are very vast. Climate and climate change, some of them, as well as the extractives industries. Africa is resource rich, as well as just policy and the policy that can work. That there is a constant or a very consistent, challenge in Africa and different parts of it, and it manifests differently in different regions. I had a discussion over lunch with a gentleman from Kenya, and he says, "Oh, we're such a beautiful country, but sometimes corruption." And I said, "Look, it's there everywhere. It's just it manifests differently." So, what are some of the strategies that you could suggest to tackle corruption gradually? And sometimes it's inequality in different regions, where you'll find that the rich are extremely rich and the poor are extremely poor. So I think it just depends on where you are and what are the priorities in the region. I don't believe in a one-size-fits-all approach. I think every single country has its different dynamics, its different strengths and challenges. So when it comes to data, understand your country, understand your region. What are the challenges? Where are the pressure points? Where are the sore points? And then from a data and from a research perspective, how can you then contribute to curbing some of those, or providing solutions or evidence-based data that can contribute to either policy or research or findings that will, shift the needle in that area where there's challenges.
Pascal, I'm going to come to you now. You've been waiting patiently there at the end. So we've been talking quite a lot about, I guess, the sort of art of implementing economic policy reforms. You work with the Economic Policy Network, where you're providing advice on to governments on different economic policy reforms. So perhaps you want to share some of the kind of lessons that you've been learning through your interactions. Thanks.
Excusez-moi. Thanks, Mark. And I don't know how patiently I was waiting. I was fidgeting over here in my seat. But it's a pleasure to be here and share a bit about the Economic Policy Network. So just briefly, I'm an initiative between the Center for the Study of African Economies and the Black School of Government. So it's a very small team of experienced development economists, policy specialists, and seasoned practitioners that is dedicated to trying to provide not only evidence-based but also politically informed advice to senior leaders strategic advice, economic analysis, comparative insights, and I think a demand-driven practical support to policymakers on the ground who are trying to articulate not only sort of what to do, but how do we actually get things done. So it's been an interesting sort of co-creation over the last couple of years, and I think if there are some emerging themes or lessons from that, you know, maybe I'll say 3, some of which I think dovetail with what Chrissy and Leonce and others have talked about. I think an important precursor, in the last 2 years we've engaged with, we've had requests from about 18, 19 different countries. And I think a really important precondition, which I don't think we've thought a lot about, is the importance of sort of like peace and stability. We got requests from, you know, a couple countries on the continent to help with sort of crafting their, basically triaging for evidence their long-term homegrown economic agendas. But when you're in the midst of instability and insecurity, it's really hard to sort of pay attention to the design of what your economic policy should be, much less, I think, the implementation. And I know there was, you know, talk about that in the sort of governance and fragility panel yesterday. I think the first thing that I would mention is sort of a credible sign of commitment. And you know, sustained economic growth it's not a short-term, I think, goal. You know, there aren't sort of clear switches that you can flip. You know, it takes a lot of long-term commitment. And as we heard about yesterday, one president, one minister, one technocrat alone can't carry, I think, the burden of those reforms, because obviously they live within a structure that also has its own momentum. And so, but I think while that's true, they can be really crucial catalysts in trying to say, you know, this isn't business as usual. We need to sort of pivot to something. And their ability to do that credibly, and for the people around them to see that that's credible, I think, is really important in some of the countries where we've seen sort of success, is the willingness, I think, to use the levers of power to say, I know this is going to be hard and there's going to be political resistance, and but we have to be able to, I think, turn the tide a bit. I mean, there's an apocryphal story about how Lee Kuan Yew, when he was first elected, one of the things that he did was jailed one of the businessmen who funded his political campaign, because he knew of his corrupt dealings, and it was used as a way to basically signal that corruption would not be tolerated under his administration. I think it's quite apocryphal, but I think it comes from just how maniacally focused on essentially showing the public that they were going to be doing things differently if they were going to succeed. I think the second thing is taking the politics as seriously as the economics. And I think, paraphrasing someone from yesterday, economics and politics are two sides of the same coin. And yet I think oftentimes the advice that we're trying to give you know, our political leaders is technocratic first best, which don't really take the political constraints under which the implementers are under as endogenous to the model. And so I think we really have to think about, you know, we have a lot of, I don't know if they're bank and fund colleagues in here, but you know, their mandates essentially say they're not allowed to sort of take the politics into account. But that has a lot to say about what the outcomes of what they're trying to do in a lot of those countries are. And so a lot of what we've tried to do is really listen to the constraints that the policymakers who are committed to trying to make something happen say they have, and trying to adjust and adapt to second best, third best options, not trying to die on the hill of whatever sort of the first best technocratic options come about. And I think the third thing, which Chrissy, you touched on, is I think a willingness to iterate, I think learn and error correct. I think there's so much focus on coming up with some big, shiny agenda that you outdoor, and then, you know, maybe making some attempts to sort of get it through or force it through. And we've actually seen quite a bit of success in people, I think, picking, you know, small reforms, that they think will make an outside change and trying to get that through and seeing if it works. And if it doesn't, sort of, I think, correct. One of the lines I remember from the, I think, 2008 Growth Commission was, we know what the ingredients for growth are, but we don't know what the recipe is. And so there's a sense of using those ingredients to try and figure out what's going to work in the context you're in. You know, I think one of the places that we've been working, Mark, as you know, is Pakistan, and there's a lot to be done there. So the Prime Minister had reached out for help on something, and one of the things that they wanted to try and do was tackle tariff reform. So as a way of trying to shift from, you know, 3-4 decades of ISI policies that hasn't really made their private sector industries at all competitive, even compared to the neighbors like India and Bangladesh, who have surpassed them a lot in terms of growth. And so what are, you know, some small reforms that one might be able to sort of do and test to try and, I think, again, signal that there needs to be a shift towards, I think, rationalizing some of the things in our economies. And I guess the last thing, which has also been talked about, is the technical capacity to be able to maintain that these the reforms are sort of carried through. And this is a bit of the work that we've been supporting with Ethiopia and a few other countries that we've been working in.
Thanks, Pascal. Maybe just one follow-up question. You know, based on these lessons that you've picked up around commitment, the politics, the need to iterate, adapt, are there any implications for the kind of work that AERC do as a kind of research community? Can you think about how like the types of research or the events that they hold can support that kind of those lines of thinking that you've outlined?
So I think we're actually, the work that we're doing in supporting the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank in Ethiopia, well, the Ministry of Finance in particular is actually in conjunction with the AERC. And so I think there are things in the AERC model that they're trying to tweak in terms of how do we directly work with policymakers and get a better sense of the challenges and bottlenecks they face, and how can we be responsive, right? I think Abby was talking a bit today about, can we meet halfway instead of the researchers being in their own ecosystem and then delivering reports, which is often, I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of supply out there about what policymakers should do, and if you talk to a lot of policymakers, they're like, yeah, we know, but like, how do we actually do this, right? And that's not to say the evidence-based piece should be thrown out, but I think there's a lot in terms of how do we actually get things done, which I don't think researchers really think a lot about, right? You know, I sit in Oxford quite a bit, and you know, go to a lot of things, and the so what questions are often not very important in what counts as rigorous research. You know, you've got to get quite narrow and quite micro oftentimes, which is valuable. I think this is where we get evidence that we say, okay, this is credible and actually works. And so that's important, but I think if we're trying to meet policymakers where they are and at their constraints, I do think that we sort of need to take political constraints as endogenous in how we think about the type of advice and the types of recommendations that we're giving policymakers to enact change.
Great. So we've got about 10 minutes left, if we want it, before coffee. So I'd like to give you all the chance to ask if anyone has a question for any of our panelists. Please let us know who you are and then the question. So I'll take 2 or 3 and then give the panelists one more chance to come in.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Kasekende. I work for the Bank of Uganda. So my question goes to Zambia. I would like to thank all the panelists. It's been really interesting. This is very topical. It was really interesting to hear that your fiscal deficit declined from about 14% to 3.6% within a very short period of time, And one of the issues you mentioned was expenditure control, and at the same time you had tight monetary policy. So the question to you is, how did you manage to balance that without constraining economic growth? Thank you.
Very related to the first question, I would like to ask Jonathan, what specific expenditures did you cut? We know that it is the best way, instead of increasing revenue, expenditure cut is the easiest way as a fiscal authority. But I would like to know which categories of the expenditure did you cut, and weren't there kind of costs? Thank you.
Any others? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so you said you provide demand-driven advice. Are there times when you decline? And if so, can you elaborate? Yeah, and in the case of Zambia, so since your borrowing declined due to PPP financing of capital, does that mean that much of the public goods provision was through taxation?
All right, let's take those then, unless there's any others. So I think any others? Okay, so I think lots of interest in Zambia's fiscal consolidation and how you went about that. So
yeah, thanks a lot, Elizabeth. Probably that's a mystery. Yeah, you tighten everything. Fiscal policy is tight, monetary policy is tight, but the economy is growing. And in the last 3-4 years, growth has been about 5%. Before then, growth was declining. Yeah. So the question is, what has been behind this growth? It's been well, Zambia is a mining economy. We produce copper, but you'll be surprised that the economy is driven by services. So what has been driving growth in the recent past has been ICT. Of course, COVID just accelerated the process of adoption of IT technologies. Wholesale and retail has been behind that. Manufacturing has been flat. Financial sector has been strong, remains profitable and highly capitalized. Mining sector is just picking up now. We had gone through a period of low growth because of unstable tax regime, but since we embarked on these reforms, there's been huge investments which have gone into the mining sector, and we're projecting that over the next couple of years, this will be one of the key drivers of growth and the major source of liquidity for the FX market, and more so the recent appreciation that we've experienced. The exchange rate has been driven by strong influence from the mining sector, benefiting from expanded production arising from increased investment. So this is essentially which has the factors that have driven growth, despite having a very tight monetary and fiscal policy environment. I'll combine the issue of expenditure cuts and the point raised by Professor Mwavu, where it has been funding public good. It's taxation, quite obviously, but there's also an added part to that, in the sense that the IMF program that we've embarked on has been slightly different to what we've experienced in the past. 50% of the funding from the IMF goes for budget support, 50% goes for reserves accumulation. So that has been quite critical in supporting government expenditure, and more so the huge investment in the education sector. What has been cut is subsidies. Of course, that's typical of any reform program. What led to unsustainable fiscal position and debt was because of huge subsidies that were run, particularly in the energy sector. So what the government did immediately was to cut subsidy on fuel. So prices were let go, and they rationalized subsidies in the agriculture sector. What they've done is to maintain the budget in nominal terms over time. It remain like that. And the bulk of the government involvement will now shift to the private sector, in the sense that the government will not be involved directly in the provision of subsidies to farmers, but an element of that will go through what they call, it is pushed by the World Bank, electronic voucher system. So it gives farmers a choice of what they want to grow, and the government doesn't get involved in logistics. So, but the nominal budget remains the same, which means that in real terms, the subsidy to the agriculture sector is falling. So that's what has been going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And then Pascal, there was a question around when you say no.
It's a good question. So we everything that we do pro bono, and so we work that way to give us an ability to walk away if we assess that there isn't actually much commitment to reforms. And so the short answer to your question is that we always have a conversation when a request comes in, and as a way of trying to assess whether there's actually seriousness to trying to do some growth-oriented reforms. You get to a point where it becomes very clear whether it's there or it's not. And so therefore there's sometimes where we step back and don't move forward with things, but I don't think we've gotten any requests that we've said no to. We're always willing to have that initial conversation. I mean, we also do a little bit of due diligence due to the nature of requests, but some of the things are in quite sensitive context, and so work confidentially in those sense. But I think we're always willing to have those conversations where commitment is strong and folks are serious about doing things.
Great. Do you want, so maybe I'll give you all 30, any last reflections? Chrissy, anyone want to do a last 30 seconds? Any takeaways before I summarise? Anyone? Any final comments?
I think for me the key point to note is that what needs to be done in terms of the reforms is known, but what is critical is to communicate to everybody so that it's fully understood, and more importantly to manage people's expectations. But the authorities need to remain committed. There will be pushbacks, but you have to stand your ground. But communicate clearly to stakeholders. Thank you.
Chrissy?
I think on my side, it's just emphasizing the need for transparency in the process to ensure that the stakeholders are informed, well, those who need to be informed, and those that need to be more involved are more involved right from the onset. So ensure that you do classify your different groups of stakeholders accordingly, and ensure that the process is transparent as possible, depending on the stakeholders and the confidentiality of some of the information, but transparency throughout the reform is something that's going to work and be an advantage in the process.
Great. Pascal?
So I think this point has been said a couple times today, but the success, or that it's always hard to figure out whether you're successful in these things or not, but where you've seen progress and traction at the very least is where there's a commitment and a sense of ownership on the ground about what it is that they want to do, and artwork has really been trying to bring the evidence to bear. And really trying to adapt and understand what the political constraints are and trying to figure out alternative options. But I really do think without that, local ownership of this is ours and we really need to do this, it's really hard, I think, particularly as sort of external supporters to get anything through.
Okay, well, this has been a hugely rich discussion. I'm also just going to share some of my own sort of things that I've learned listening to the panelists. There's a few things I've heard, I think. So I found the professor's comments really interesting in terms of this idea of the need to be able to critically question reforms. So he talks about building up a workforce that's able to critically reflect on reforms, be able to question, be able to sort of interrogate external stakeholders, and and think through for yourselves what is important in a reform. So this kind of critical questioning and the capability to do that. Part of that relates to having data. You both mentioned this. It's not just having smart people, it's having good data systems to be able to critically question what needs to be done. We talked about having a clear sense of direction or ownership of reforms, as you put it. If that's not in place, then it can be very difficult to get things done. But sometimes that might change over time. Chrissy talked about policy windows. So there may not be a clear sense of direction at a particular moment in time, but that might come in the future, and there's background work that can be done. A third thing I heard talk about is the importance of processes of dialogue and communication. We had the example from Zambia of this, the stakeholder group between public and private sector, figuring out specific bottlenecks. We heard about, for example, the importance of having critical dialogue with external stakeholders like the IMF. So processes of dialogue is something that came through. And I think perhaps like my final takeaway is around the value of these discussions around around how to get things done. That economic policy is not just an academic exercise that can be dreamt up through equations or spreadsheets. That there is an art for understanding the politics, understanding how to implement things. And I think convening both practitioners, researchers, advisors, civil society organizations to think through these questions has an enormous value. And so I'd commend the AERC for organizing a dialogue like this, because I think there's lots of rich learning that can be comes out of it. I know I've learnt a lot. So thank you very much to all the panelists and their questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Murida first, and I will leave the floor after that. I think in terms of panelists, we have 6, maybe less 1. Otherwise, we are good to go. Professor Robert Murida is Director of Research in the Central Bank of Kenya, and he's a member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the same institution. He's a full professor of political economy at Strathmore University and was the director of the Strathmore Institute for Public Policy and Governance. He has been a visiting professor for several leading global universities. Robert's research interests include political economy, macroeconomics, and industrial organization. He has been awarded the IMF Academic Fellowship for his research on economic issues. He has published many papers in top academic journals. He has published 4 books, and his most recent being a Routledge book entitled An Emerging Africa in the Age of Globalization. And he's a very true friend of ARC. We drag him everywhere. He was in Oxford. I think I meet him everywhere. So welcome, Rob. And I think I leave the floor to you to chair and invite your panelists.
Thank you very much, Abi. Yeah, as Abi is correctly saying, I'm a long-standing friend of the ARC, and we continue to partner in many areas. And it's been a great privilege to work with them, given the many sort of very impactful areas that they're working on in the African continent. So just to welcome our panelists for this particular session, and looking forward to engaging with them. So Mr. John Olela, Director, Central Planning and Monitoring Department, National Treasury, Kenya, if he's here. Mr. Mahaman T. Hamani, Director General, West African Center for Banking Studies and Training, Senegal. Okay. Mr. Mulei Weldu, Director of Tax Policy Department, Ministry of Finance, Ethiopia. Okay. Most welcome, Mr. Weldu. Mr. Daniel Tilahun, Director of Debt Department, Ministry of Finance, Ethiopia. Can sit on this side so that we have good balance. Dr. Jonathan Chipili, Director of Research, Bank of Zambia. In fact, we were with Dr. Chipili last week. Yeah? Okay. And Musa Kathanje, Director, Macro and Fiscal Affairs, National Treasury, Kenya. All representative. Yeah. Any other panelists who are around for this particular panel? Maybe that I haven't mentioned. So do we go ahead, Abby? Or we just wait a couple of minutes? Okay. So do we? So maybe wait some 4 or 5 minutes. different areas of development that often is sector specific type of technical assistance. And then also we have many bilateral donors as well, country-based donors who give a lot of technical support, often for implementing specific projects that they are involved in, but also sometimes more broad-based projects that are in line with national priorities where they have expertise. Then we also have institutions, very core institutions like the ARC, who are also doing a lot of capacity building work in research, particularly in different areas of Africa, and those continue to give also very vital capacity building. And in our own experience also, and I'll talk about the Central Bank of Kenya experience, we also find that similar institutions in other African countries, in other developing regions, also often offer very critical aspects of technical support as well. So peer learning. So we learn from other institutions that are similar, that have experienced similar types of challenges, and that also helps us in many critical areas. Just to say that, to begin a little bit with the experience of the Central Bank of Kenya, lots on different types of technical support. I'll just start with the research department. Specifically, we have staff of 55 people in the research department. About 40 of them, you could say, are economists, very distinguished economists with postgraduate training. And one of our most critical elements when we look for technical assistance, capacity building for our staff in the research department is the area of strategic partnerships. No problem. So I'd say for us, very critical area is strategic partnerships. And we have quite a number of those strategic partnerships. Let me begin with one of our most important strategic partners for several decades. That's the African Economic Research Consortium. So of the economists that we have in the research department at the central bank, about 80% of them have been trained by the ARC to do their masters and doctoral studies. So ARC has been a very critical partner for us, and has provided us and continues to provide us with very vital technical support, and of course very high quality sort of support, and that's been very critical for us in many ways. In addition to that, being a central bank, and of course you know the core mandate of the central bank revolves a lot around macroeconomic stability, particularly price stability, financial stability, but also contributes to other broader objectives of government like economic growth. We've benefited a lot from capacity building from the International Monetary Fund, and basically continue to benefit in many critical ways. So you find many of our staff are trained at the East Africa, IMF East Africa, based in Dar es Salaam, continuously has capacity building and different types of, they facilitate peer learning as well. They have resident advisors who come, who do different types of assessment. Then also a lot of our staff are trained at ATI, Africa Training Institute in Mauritius, as well, that has ongoing. They have a program of capacity building throughout the year, and our staff benefit from that. And then also you have specific types of capacity building as the need arises that different departments at the central bank also benefit from. So when we're trying to mainstream issues related to climate change, for example, we're developing a green taxonomy. We got a lot of capacity building as well in that particular area from the IMF and also other institutions that deal with that. We've had a lot of capacity building in payments, in our payment systems as well, modernizing our payment systems and trying to be leaders as well in that particular area in Africa. In terms of the research department, some of the recent types of capacity building that we've got that have been very critical for us, I just mentioned 3 areas. One area that we've been very keen on in the last few years is modernizing the monetary policy framework. And we got technical assistance from the International Monetary Fund, and that helped us to publish a white paper in 2021 on the modernization of monetary policy framework and operations. Generally, we've been, we were moving for close to a decade, we were moving towards from a monetary aggregates targeting regime to an inflation targeting regime. It's a journey that started about, you could say, 2013. And in a couple of years ago, we formally adopted, you could say formally adopted the inflation targeting system where you could say we had completed the journey largely of moving towards an inflation targeting regime. So we received quite some critical technical assistance in making that particular journey and making that particular transformation. Then also in our forecasting, in the system, I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, the FPAS system, forecasting and policy analysis system. So it's a core part of our forecasting system. So we've received quite some capacity building on that from the IMF and continue to do so regularly, because it's a framework that needs constant revision, constant refinement. So at least once a year we have an IMF mission that deals with that, and then we have macro consistency as well. At the moment we're thinking a lot through issues of macro consistency, and also there's some capacity building going on with the IMF. And then a perennial area is of course statistics compilation. So 2 areas where we work a lot with the official statistics agency, KNBS, is monetary and financial statistics, and then external sector statistics. So there's a lot of capacity building that continuously goes on in that particular area. So that's just a sort of overview of the type of capacity building that's being done at the Central Bank of Kenya. But just to say, in our experience, some of the very, very critical areas for us in terms of kind of embedding this technical assistance have been, first of all, the whole question of local context is very, very important for us, so that there's ownership, local ownership of this. So any technical assistance that is done at the Central Bank of Kenya has to be in line with national priorities, has to be in line with what our priorities are at the Central Bank of Kenya. So we're always trying to contextualize, make it as relevant as possible in our particular context, so that it's as effective as possible. So when discussions are held with teams that do technical assistance, for example, the IMF, the discussions focus a lot on contextualization of the different models. So you want to learn from the broader international experience of the IMF and also peer learning from the resident advisors, but at the same time, it has to be relevant to our priorities and has to be relevant to our context. So you're not just going to take a full model from somewhere else without contextualizing it. So I think that's one of the central issues I would bring out, and one of the the central priorities. And then of course the point I talked about earlier that's been very relevant for the Central Bank of Kenya is strategic partnerships. So in developing strategic partnerships, We always look for long-term relationships as much as possible. And I think what's been very, very critical in the Central Bank of Kenya experience has been learning from peer institutions in Africa. So we learn a lot from Bank of Tanzania, Bank of Uganda, the South African Reserve Bank, and many other central banks, Bank of Ethiopia, and many, many other central banks all over the continent. And often we visit them to get deeper insights on critical issues that we're dealing with, and they often visit us. So I think that for us has been a critical ingredient, dealing with similar institutions that understand our context and basically understand our issues and make the partnerships as enduring as they can possibly be. And of course, realizing that policy making involves a broad range of stakeholders. You're not only looking for technical solutions, because you can have very good technical solutions, but then you struggle to implement them because you have a broad range of stakeholders. So always thinking of the technical solutions in the context of the broad range of policy actors that we deal with. So that's always a critical consideration for us. So that's a little bit of our experience, just to set things rolling. But we have an amazing panel here with us this afternoon. So just to get things started, we'll get into the experience straight away of some of the other institutions that we have here. And we can start with Ethiopia and Ministry of Finance of Ethiopia. And we can start with Mr. Mulei Weldu. And if he could please share with us, and I encourage all the panelists as well to share with us their practical experience about what have been their successes and failures been in terms of trying to embed this kind of technical assistance to make it as effective as possible. So I'll ask both panelists to share their experience. So first beginning with Ministry of Finance, and the question to both of you would be, to begin with, what practical lessons, both successes and failures, can guide the development of technical assistance models that genuinely strengthen ministries of finance and particularly your ministry and also revenue authorities. So please share with us your experience and what you think are some critical, practical lessons that we can get from your experience. So first of all, give a few minutes to Mr. Mahaman Amani, and then to Mr. Mulei Weldu, and then a few minutes to Mr. Daniel Tilahun as well, to share their experiences from the respective areas that they deal with. So most welcome.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to thank AARC for giving us this very important privilege. And it was actually a regret for me because it's my first time to attend such type of event with AARC, and I hope we will continue with this because this is a way we can learn from each other. I don't know where we have been. So thank you for this privilege. So my name is Mulei Weldu. I'm head of the tax policy department in the Ministry of Finance, Ethiopia. And as the professor who was presenting in the morning, he was mentioning about the success in Ethiopia, especially the macroeconomic reforms that were undergoing. And he was rightly mentioning the macroeconomic challenges that we have been facing. And one of that was our tax revenue collection was very poor. Not only it was very poor, but it was declining like by 0.5 percentage points every year for more than a decade. And that was really a challenge. And as it has been presented by the professor also, we are in a time where external resources are drying out. So domestic resources are critically important. So I want to share on this side what the experience of Ethiopia looks like from embedded support, technical support. Of course, I think Dr. Abi is outside, but personally, what I agree is when we define capacity building, You know, it doesn't mean that government institutions doesn't have capacity. We do have different capacities. You know, people in the ministries have their own capacities, but they lack the tools, for instance, so they don't have much time. So it's about learning from each other. So I don't know, this could be common in Africa only, or I don't know. So it creates, you know, something unhealthy relationship within the ministry. So there is two-way relationship or capacity building. We learn from the experts the tools, the analysis, and also these experts can learn from the experts within the ministries. Because we don't know, at some point, these experts could serve their countries at ministry level or whatever. So it's both ways learning or capacity building. And this, I hope, personally, should be corrected. And this is always my stand. What's important is, I think, from Professor have been, I think, mentioning a lot of experiences from starting from long time, but I will not go in detail. What important things that we have learned is, I have been working within the Ministry of Finance for the last 20 years, and what I have experienced was that, you know, we ask technical support, and most of the time that technical support is to be signed at ministerial level, for instance, at higher level, and they may not consult technical people. So, you know, this technical support, they may come and do the study. We don't participate in that very well. They produce the document, they drop it, and it's very difficult to understand it later because we are not involved. And as you know, that a research or a policy based on such type of studies is going to be very difficult because we need to convince people during the policy process and even after. We have to defend the policy. If you don't understand, that is going to be very difficult. So most of the supporters that I know before were, one, it was not, you know, in consultation of the technical people, the relevant technical people. Two, it was not, you know, involving experts within the ministries. So it was very difficult to convince people and even to convince ministers. As the professor was presenting early in the morning today. So because of such type of failures, what we have done was, like, for instance, we were trying to improve our tax to GDP ratio in the last 7 years. And what we have done was we had an embedded expert, and he's working with us, for instance, and you know, we design the studies, by the way. We ourselves design the studies, we structure it, even the data, and so on. What we just take from that expert is the tools, the tool to, you know, analyze the data and give initial analysis, and that creates, you know, the opportunity to correct some, you know, problems at the very early stage. And that really is critically important. I want to mention one thing here is embedment by itself is not sufficient enough. Because, as I said, there should be consultation with the relevant technical people. So it should not be signed at ministerial level or a higher level. So I remember, which is critically important, I think, to share here, before 8 years, around 8 years, I think, we had an expert embedded in my department, the tax policy department, and I was not aware, for instance, about the expertise of that expert, you know, what he's going to help us and so on. Then I was told that he's going to support us in deliverology, for instance. So I asked, I'm working on policy, so what's deliverology? I'm not giving, you know, customer service. So that's critically difficult for me, and I challenged it that time. I think he spent 1 year, and it was without nothing. No result was found at that time. So then onwards, our current government always they consult us. What do we need? What are the gaps I think Professor Abebe is here. When the ARC experts came to us, before that even, they do the analysis, they asked us what we need. Then we told them we need this area, this area, this area. Then, it's critically important for us. When they come up, one, we need to make sure they have the knowledge. Two, we need to make sure that they are going to fill the gap that we have. It should not be imposed. So that's critically important. And I think that's the success that I can mention. We have started that before, as I told you, in the tax policy department. And actually, we have seen a very good success. And I can tell you that our tax to GDP was falling by 0.5 percentage points on average, as I told you. And only in the last year, we developed a national medium-term revenue strategy. And unlike in many other countries, our strategy is not just a strategy. We started first from study. We have done a very detailed study from administration side, from policy side. Then we identified the gaps. Then we developed the strategy. And that was very important to convince ministers even. As the professor was mentioning in the morning, what's difficult to convince ministers is if you don't have study, how are you going to convince ministers? You have to show them the risks, you have to show them the mitigation methodologies or approaches. So we developed that strategy, and we have started implementing last year, and the plan was to increase our tax to GDP ratio by 1 percentage point. Fortunately, our tax to GDP has increased by 2 percentage points. It's amazing. After a decade of declining, it has increased by 2 percentage points. And that success has come because we were the ones who were designing the studies and following the drafting of the laws and convincing people, the government, and so on. And it was really a great success. Of course, I think for such type of success, one thing is critically important: commitment from the government. Luckily, I can I'm very witness that the government that we have currently, especially our Prime Minister, follows these reforms very strictly, and we do have a very strong support. So what we are expected is just to come with a study which is convincing, and we have to also convince people on the ground. So political commitment and freedom of expertise is critically important. So I can mention that success. And even for the strategy, as I told you, it was designed internally. Just we only received very small support, but it was done by ourselves. So ownership is critically important. I think mentioning this, I think at the end I won't say what it doesn't work. For instance, is, as I said, we have the problem of, I think that's what I observed in 20 years. When we ask technical support from outside, we just expect everything will be solved by someone from the outside, which is totally wrong, because it's critically important that we involve in the process and we own the process in general. So at the end, what I want to say is, I think to make this, because it has been mentioned also in the program, that to make this sustainable, I think we need to narrow the gap between this experts outside and this staff members within the ministries, because they have a room to learn from each other. And the other one is, I think data is critically important. Always I talk about data, but it's very rare to hear that, especially economists talking about data. For instance, in practice, in policy designing, what we face is, we have a problem, then we ask an expert, then most of the response are, no, this is difficult. We don't have model to 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 come up with a model or whatever recommendation, and that is because of data. So I think to make this sustainable, the support that we are getting and that we are going to get, we need to build quality and quality and availability of data is critically important. That's what we talk with Professor Ababe and his team also, which is critically important. And I think it's also critically important to own, the process. We need to initiate within the ministries, within the national bank, within the central bank, and we need to finalize by ourselves, and we need to defend it after implementation also, because we need to create legitimacy from the public also. So that's critically important. So I can mention that we do have a success. We have already observed, fruits from that, and I think the team that we have from AARC is also working very well, and it's based on our demand, as I said, and they have already started producing very good reports, especially reviewing the results of the reforms that we have been taking, and I hope that we have a lot to work in this area. So yeah, embedment is critically important, but embedment only is not sufficient enough. We need to have the demand from the ground. We need to participate experts within the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of the Ministry of Planning and central banks, and we need to own the study and the process in general. That makes us successful, and that has been witnessed by practice. I thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Weldo, for those really insightful remarks and sharing experience. And I think you've reinforced some vital, areas about embedding the technical assistance properly, making it sustainable. Because ultimately, the whole theme of sustainability is very important. Sustainability, resilience, being able to have an enduring impact. So it's very clear from what you've said that one has to move away from basically a consultancy, just a short-term consultancy-based model, into kind of longer-term engagement, and importance of local ownership in the process, I think, is very central. You've also brought out a very important point on data, the importance of data. Data at the point of carrying out critical studies that you need in order to, to be able to make an assessment of what is needed. So quality data, and that ties in very well to critical issues as well that many central banks are dealing with, and ministries of finance, relating to data governance as well. But at the same time, you've pointed to the need for monitoring and evaluation, because at the end of the day, you need to assess how effective that technical assistance is, and so you need to do monitoring, you need to do evaluation. So I'd say issues of data are very, very central to economic policy making institutions. At the Central Bank of Kenya, for example, we just concluded a couple of months back, we concluded work that took almost a year on a data and AI strategy for the central bank. And this was the fact that now in the policy making realm, we're dealing a lot with high frequency data, big data. And so there was a need to see how do you tap this in the best possible way to be able to carry out the functions of the central bank most effectively. But very much in line with what you're saying was, how do we have data of good quality? Because you can have a lot of data, but it's not data that's of good quality that you can use for decision making. And then some of the latest, of course, techniques based on AI. So AI is becoming very popular as well among central bank, among ministries of finance, because it enables you to analyze, let's say, large volumes of data and to be able to give very important insights into critical areas like forecasting. So that ties in as well to the areas that you're raising. We now turn to your counterpart, Mr. Daniel Tilahum, Director of Debt Department, Ministry of Finance of Ethiopia. You're most welcome. And yeah, just to say, along the same lines, just maybe you can talk about from the experience of your department within the Ministry of Finance, what lessons can we also draw, and more broadly, any thoughts you might have on how African economic policy institutions can design, also thinking about some design implications, design the embedding of technical assistance to ensure meaningful knowledge transfer and long-term talent retention. So just also broadening the issue a little bit. So you're most welcome. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Professor, and I would like also to thank ARC for inviting me for such an important event. And such event we have not benefited in the past from AIRC, but this is timely, as it is already said in the morning by different panelists, that there is a package of reforms in Ethiopia which requires capacity and coordination among different institutes. So such event is timely for us. About the reforms in Ethiopia already have been said in the morning by different panelists. And briefly, let me tell you about the Ethiopian public sector debt landscape. Ethiopia public sector debt is dominated by concessional borrowing from official sources, with a relatively small amount of borrowing from non-concessional sources. This non-concessional borrowing is done mostly by state-owned enterprise. As it is already have been said in the morning, the development model which Ethiopia was pursuing in the past was public-led investment. So there was huge investment in the infrastructure by SOEs. Most of this investment was financed by borrowing, especially from external sources and some from domestic sources. As a result of this, Ethiopia's debt distress level worsened from time to time as a result of this model. So, as Ethiopia is defined by the bank and the fund, we are identified as post-HIPC, post-MDRI, and an IDA-only countries. That is, we have benefited in the past from HIPC and MDRI. So we were, until 2017, we were either a low-risk country or a moderate-risk country. But starting from 2017, as I told you, due to partly can be explained by huge investment in the infrastructure by SOE and low performance of the export sector, we became a high risk. So as a result of this and a package of this reform, the debt management department is one of the areas which the government give emphasis to reform. So in the past we used to get a lot of, in fact, some capacity building from World Bank, IMF, AFD, UNCTAD, and other bilateral countries. So this capacity building in the past have some results, but some of them have not resulted as expected. For example, we have improved our debt recording, publishing our statistical bulletin and debt portfolio analysis and the like, but still there is not sufficient enough capacity to do our the sustainability analysis by ourselves and to prepare our debt strategy by ourselves, and also to make some risk assessment of the contingent liability raised from SOE borrowing, PPP, and the like. So there is still a gap, although we get a number of training from bank, the fund, and ADB, still there is a gap. And the key prior areas for our capacity building needs are, as I told you, this MTDS, and the other one is the sustainability analysis. And since starting from this reform, in the past we used to have non-marketable domestic debt, but currently, since there is a domestic debt market, we are developing a domestic debt market, we have established the necessary institutions like capital market authority and the like. So there is a need to develop our capacity in this area, like debt market development. We did also new skills for specifically for climate finance, debt swap, and debt restructuring. These are the areas that are we need currently. So from the past, what was worked well was that demand-driven and problem-specific TA have been worked. We have seen that with the support of IMF, World Bank, and in fact with the EMT team, which is led by Professor Ababa, we have started to prepare our own auction calendar, which was not the experience in the past. In the past, it was just we communicate the national banks through emails, but currently we start to prepare our auction calendar in our website, and we started also to publish monthly domestic debt market to inform the investor about the result of the current domestic debt market situation in the country. So this demand-driven problem showed us a result. This demand-driven, in addition to embedment of those, for example, the one which is established with EMT, out of the 20 experts professor mentioned in the morning, 2 of them are from the debt management. So they are part of this EARC support program from the debt management too. What should be improved? From our perspective, fragmentation across partners have to be improved, because in the past, even if there is some capacity even within the Ministry of Finance and the National Bank and from the Planning Ministry, but coordination among ourselves was not at the expected level. So this fragmentation within those institutes and no collaboration have to be improved. And short-term mission based TA have to be replaced or have to be improved. The other problem we have is absorption capacity. There is high staff turnover. This may need other reforms, which is undergoing through the civil service reform. This was the issue we have. And the key ingredients for this effective technical assistance, as we perceived, there is a need to be a strong country ownership, and it has to be institutional TA, not individual. We have some individuals, for example, in the past, which can do various things, but when they retire or change their work, there was still some problem. So there is a need to make institutional capacity building and TA rather than individual one. And it has to be long-term support, not only short-term. It has to be long-term and continuous. And integration TA with real-time work. For example, in the past, we used to have some capacity development in earlier times. That was we used to get some support with Debt Relief International. Yesterday I saw Dr. Matthew Martin, one of the who was yesterday in the what can you say? Yesterday I saw his name anyway in the yesterday events. So we used to get some support from DRI. That support was, we used to make our debt sustainability analysis annually, and it supports us to coordinate among ourselves with the National Bank, with the real sector, and other relevant institute. But such support was not there now, and the capacity of most of the individual who used to work that DSA were not there at the civil service now. So currently we are not able to do our DSA. So integration among ourselves is important. The other issue is that Ethiopia is not a member of this regional institute like YFM and MEFMI. So this regional integration should have supported us for peer learning, but we are not a member of such a regional institute. Before 2 months, we have been in Zambia for peer learning. So, as you know, Zambia is one step ahead of us in common framework. We have learned a lot from this, from Zambia. So, peer learning also is important. That is what our experience show. This is what I would like to say in short. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Tilahun, for those great insights. And you brought out a number of issues. Firstly, the issue of debt itself is a very critical issue facing many African countries at the moment. If you look at the IMF's latest regional economic outlook for Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, debt features as one of the most critical macroeconomic challenges that African countries are facing. So that experience on debt, technical assistance and insights are very critical. I like one of the points that you raised particularly, and I think it's an important one, and maybe also some of the other panelists can give some insight, and this is about long-term talent retention. You're talking about the challenge sometimes of talent retention, that you build capacity, you train people, let's say economists who become very experienced, and then sometimes it's difficult to retain them, because they move either to other institutions, both locally or internationally. So then that creates a gap. So you have to think about that as well when you're trying to embed some of these programs. How do you have that continuity, given that retention sometimes can be a challenge? Because you're dealing with very high quality staff, and of course they're attractive to many institutions, and there are many institutions globally that as well will want to take them up. So I think that's an important point that you mentioned that cuts across, and we've also seen it in our own context at the Central Bank of Kenya, also at the National Treasury. You see that you have very, very highly qualified staff. Of course, you try to keep them motivated in different ways, but still you have some degree of turnover. And sometimes you have very experienced economists in different areas like statistical compilation. They've built experience over 15 years. And then you find somebody moves to another institution, and you find it's not easy to fill those particular gaps. So I think that's something also we need to think about. As you are talking about debt, also I reflected on two areas in this context, in the context of technical assistance, where also the Central Bank of Kenya has some experience. One is in debt sustainability analysis. Now we moved to do the debt sustainability analysis jointly with the National Treasury So we have a technical working group that does debt sustainability analysis jointly between the National Treasury, who are the lead, and then also work together with the Central Bank of Kenya. And the idea behind this is when we negotiate with the IMF on our different programs, then we want to be able to have our own position as well, so that we can negotiate effectively. So the IMF does its own assessment, its own debt sustainability assessment together with the World Bank. That's one area where the IMF and World Bank collaborate. But we felt it was very important for us to have our own data and our own evidence so that we could question some of the assumptions that were being made in the analysis as well to see whether we agreed with it. So we formed a technical working group, and these days, every time before a mission, IMF mission, we do our own debt sustainability analysis. But what's important in the context of technical assistance is that many of our people who do the debt sustainability analysis at the Central Bank of Kenya and the National Treasury were trained by a very critical capacity building body in the region, and that is MEFMI. And I'm glad you also mentioned MEFMI. So many of them are fellows of MEFMI, and they learnt the material so well that they started facilitating. So MEFMI draws on them as well to do capacity building elsewhere. And I think in terms of retention, that's a very important element, that if you want to retain good people also, one way to motivate them is to involve them in capacity building in other countries. So in other African countries or other emerging economies across the world, let them share their experience. I think that's a very important motivational element. So not only do they contribute to local capacity once they are trained by these institutions like MEFMI, but they themselves now help to build capacity in other ministries of finance and other central banks. And then also it motivates them. So with greater motivation, then you're able to retain them as well. Then another, as you're talking about debt, also another element came to mind of the Central Bank of Kenya's experience. And you know, 2 years ago, we launched the Dow CSD, where you're able to purchase government securities using the mobile phone. Before, the whole process was manual. You had to go there, fill in papers at the central bank. So we basically digitalized the whole system. So now you can actually use your mobile phone, set up an account within 5 minutes, and you can basically purchase government securities very efficiently. But what's critical about that experience is that the capacity building for that and the knowledge from that for that came from a central bank, a fellow central bank in an emerging economy. That's the Bank of Georgia. So the Bank of Georgia had about 4 years ago won an award for the best, most innovative kind of system in this area. So we decided to collaborate with them, and they did the capacity building, and they came on site several times as well to help us develop the system. So showing as well how peer learning can be very, very powerful as well in this particular sense. So just reinforcing what you are saying, and I know even now Central Bank of Kenya and National Bank of Ethiopia as well have some peer learning and some exchange in certain critical areas. So bringing that element. Now I move over to my colleague and counterpart, Dr. Jonathan Chipili, Director of Research Bank of Zambia. In fact, I was mentioning we were with him last week at the AACB meetings in Yaoundé, Cameroon, and of course we collaborate on many areas as well with the Bank of Zambia. So just to draw on his experience as well, his practical experience in this particular area, and just saying both successes and failures within the context of the Bank of Zambia, and also any that you would like to mention, any broader ones as well, related to Ministry of Finance as well, that any practical lessons that could guide the development of technical assistance models to genuinely strengthen central banks, ministries of finance, anything you'd like to share. So Dr. Chipili, most welcome.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think to avoid repeating what you've said, because the experience that Kenya has, the one that you've articulated, and also colleagues from the Ministry of Finance in Ethiopia, is similar to what we go through, because the institutions that deliver technical assistance are more or less the same. The institutions that we're exposed to are more or less the same. But one thing to note is that technical assistance has evolved over time. Initially, it was one size fits all, but now it's become interactive, because typically what we do at the bank now is that we review, assess the situation, identify the gaps, and then look for institutions for support to fill up that gap. So that process requires that we interact on issues that are pertinent, and doesn't mean necessarily that what they recommend has to be taken in full. What we've been doing over time is that when advice is provided, we step back and then review what they've recommended and take what we think is practical for us to implement. One other point I was just reflecting on, Professor Murinde, is that in the context of the AERC, looking at technical support, and also in view of the strategic plan that was launched yesterday, I would have thought that probably the AERC now begins to draw itself into how it can support institutions that are affiliated to it. In the sense that technical assistance, in my view, the way it is couched, assumes that there's existing capacity in institutions at a technical level, which is academic. So you are coming in to offer advice which is practical. And in this instance, looking at the relationship that you have delivered, also that you have, and what you've delivered to Kenya and Ethiopia that we listened to this morning, you are now directly involved. You're identifying experts, and then you get these experts to work with staff in those resident institutions. But there's one other area where I thought, as you refine the academic program, whether there will be a way for you to be directly involved in these institutions so that the capacity that you deliver through technical assistance to these institutions can be absorbed and retained. I'll give you, I'll share with you the experience of the Bank of Zambia now, that because of that recognition of could be gap, and also because in a way monetary policy evolves, becomes complex, we're dealing with complex issues, there's a recognition that you need to build capacity at a slightly higher academic level. So deliberately the bank is sponsoring its own staff for PhD. And most of it is abroad, of course. I mean, we need to strengthen our local institutions, but it could still happen. So I was wondering how the ERC would draw itself into that and see how that process can be strengthened, or how you could partner with institutions that are taking that approach. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, so thanks a lot, Dr. Chipili, for those insights as well from the Bank of Zambia, and kind of you're building a lot on some of the points that we've already made. And I think particularly the point that technical assistance is not one size fits all. And you know, maybe I'll just follow up a bit with you. One more issue, which I think is very critical. And what would your insights be on how countries can ensure that embedded experts help build systems and capabilities rather than creating dependency? Because sometimes there's a concern of creating dependency. Now, how can we mitigate that in your view? So just building on what you said.
I think I still get back to the point that the technical assistance should not just be taken for granted that you're dealing with people who understand what you're delivering. So there must be capacity existent in institutions. So I get back, how does ARC deliver to make sure that the technical assistance provided is not temporary but permanent? So I still put it back to the ED.
So the ED will, Prof. Murinde will comment, but I think we can move to the Q&A probably now, just for a few minutes. And so I welcome members in the audience to sort of ask questions. But first, I'll give Prof. Murinde a chance to respond to the issues. Yeah, you can take this one.
Yeah, thank you very much for these conversations. Absolutely very helpful. And this is one promising area of a collaboration between the ERC, central banks and ministries of finance across Africa. Indeed, this aspect is very well integrated and documented in the 10-year strategy. The point that Jonathan raised, therefore, is very important, very critical. And I can see the ERC supporting central banks, ministers of finance, in two ways. One is to build on what we have achieved with the government of Kenya collaborative effort on the project called Phase 1, where we were working with the Treasury, that's the Ministry of Finance, to identify Kenyans that would want to embark on a master's program. So designed a CMAP, Collaborative Master's Program, together with a number of universities. So the program involves a number of African universities, the framework, where we were recruiting students and training them, and some of them being then internship in central banks and ministries of finance. Now, the 10-year strategy proposes something much more than that. It proposes a twinning program whereby, for example, we could evaluate and see, do a training needs analysis, whereby we evaluate the capacity of and the skills capacity of economists in Central Bank of Kenya or Bank of Zambia and the Finance Ministry. We see their qualifications, and if they all have, say, standard master's level qualifications in economics, then it would mean embarking on a PhD program in which the local university, in this case for Zambia, University of Zambia, UNZA, working with a global university, a top university around the world. It could be University of Manchester, it could be Columbia, it could be Princeton, it could be any. Now, to design a high quality PhD program that would be offered by those two universities. But then the areas of interest, the area of focus, would be one of those areas that is for the PhD thesis research, on those areas that are so integral, so important for the central bank. For example, maybe the work will focus on monetary policy design in the age of digital economies, or it would be on any of, for example, a new types of bank regulation in the age of sandboxes, which is the fintech dimension of bank regulation being developed, so that the people trained are actually acquiring absolutely new skills, new and developing, new emerging skills. Or it could be forecasting, for example, forecasting inflation, GDP, the standard macro aggregates that central banks produce, but this time using machine learning compared to using ARIMA or any of the standard econometric models. Now that's training now after the computer comes back and then works with other teams within the central bank to embed that new skill that has been achieved. So that's one area that we in the ERC are embarking on, a twin program that involves top local universities in Africa working with the global universities. Now this model has been tested. We tested this model when I was at SOAS, University of London, or coming down, in which SOAS has developed a program with University of Johannesburg and one with between SOAS and WITS, which basically means the two teams from two universities advertise, screen students, and then the students enter in the two universities simultaneously, and the faculty, the professors of the two universities are supervising. Now, at the African and the global level, building on what has been achieved over 37 years of a collaborative PhD program, that can be achieved. And selectively then we can pick which universities globally are on top of the league in a given area. For example, in monetary economics, or it could be in another area. Could be, for example, another area that I'm going to mention, that macroeconomic modeling. So yes, that's the direction that ERC is going to travel. That's why we are embedding partnerships to do various MOUs with the various central banks, including Bank of Zambia, and then working with you to develop a research program, something that Abi has been leading on, working with the other central banks. That's one area. I also want to draw insight of what has been discussed here from my own previous life in terms of embedding technical support. When I was at the African Development Bank, we were approached by the Minister of Finance of Angola. And the approach was that we are not coming to FDB looking for a grant or money. We do have the money. What we are looking for is technical expertise to do a step change so that you evaluate all the economists in the Ministry of Finance. Most of them have an undergraduate degree, a bachelor's degree. So we do a step change that every economist in the Ministry of Finance now upgrades to master's level. But because they are already working, we need to do it in such a way that it does not disrupt their work within the ministry. And so a program was designed to ensure that everybody gets a step change. And if ever they recruit an undergraduate BA qualified or bachelor's first degree qualified economist, then the new one would automatically enter into that master's program. And that was to be developed by the Catholic University in Angola, together with another external university, to embed that would happen. That's a permanent kind of change, step change in the qualification of them. Another one, of course, in a personal capacity is a project I did for the World Bank in the Gambia. Now, this is more of the say, Gambia says, we want to build a macroeconomic model that can help forecasting the main key aggregates. You are just thinking about growth rates, inflation, exchange rate volatility, and others that can feed into the program of writing the economic report. Now, as a consultant, you cannot simply go into the ministry and then churn out the model and it works. You need to develop it from first principles with those economists. And the point you are making is very important. What skill levels do the economists have? Because if they do not have the standard econometric knowledge, or being able to even mathematically solve a model, because the model has to be shown to be stable theoretically, even if it's three equations. And then if it's stable, it means when you do simulation of forecast, they can converge. If not, they will diverge. Because the convergence principle means that you can actually solve the model mathematically before you put the figures in to be able to do the simulation, doing experiments. If you combine 2% interest rate rise, and then cut in government spending by this percentage, that's package number one. Package number two is another experiment that causes a change in the monetary policy, a change in fiscal policy, and maybe adjustment of exchange rate. Now, and then that's policy package number two. Then you do policy number. These stochastic simulations. So the stochastic simulation experiments give you the options. Option 1, option 2, option 3. The discussing with the minister said, no, this may be promising. The growth rate is going up and inflation is stabilizing, but it's not politically acceptable. And then you go. So if you have to do this type of market, which is very important for the work joint between the Ministry of Finance and the central banks, then it means that you have to work from first principles with the staff within the two. It gets, say, 3 people or 4 people from Ministry of Finance, 3 or 4 people from the, and then you start working on a daily basis. Maybe mornings only and the afternoon day. And then you develop those principles. Finally, when you do the simulation, you have to ensure before you hand over the specification that this work can be done after you have departed. And that's the point you are making, Professor Mudida, that it's not a temporary reef, that it becomes a permanent structure of the... But these discussions are so important, and I can say for us within the ERC, that's the direction we have to work with you jointly and support this capacity building. Thank you. Should I pass it to?
Yeah, I mean, with your permission, just 1 minute comment. I'm going to do a hard hit. on the issues you have raised. One from life experience, and other just practice. The life experience. You see, Africa is the only continent that is trying to leapfrog civil service without having a strong, politically insulated, merit-based civil service. The first problem everywhere I have seen in the continent is the way civil service is staffed and recruited and career paths is established is absolutely, we are on the wrong side of history. Look at Asia, for instance. From Japan, Singapore, Korea, Indonesia, China, India. I've been in India, for instance. To be eligible for civil service is much, much more difficult than to be a top scientist. Their exam is the hardest ever anywhere. So the way the civil service runs the machinery is critical for Africa's transformation. This is the first omission Africa committed, a sin that we committed, collectively, in terms of having this transformative, very dynamic civil service. The second, from my little experience, we did a survey of 32 African countries. We were commissioned by African Development Bank. I was director of research at ARC, just to look at macroeconomic management across these countries in central banks and Ministry of Finance. It's pathetic. We cannot really move forward with this patched training program, never. It doesn't work. We sent questionnaires and the response was quite dramatic. Yes, they have models. That is, it's not, capacity building and running economic management is not about economic modeling. These are tools. And these days they are open source and with intelligent people you can just run them. So we asked them about sustainability, attrition, and issues pertaining, for instance, the use of the models, etc. Most of them responded, senior management actually do not care about some of evidence-based policy analysis. Some of them, sometimes one governor comes, sets up a research department. When he leaves, that research department is dismantled, etc. So we don't have this consistency and coherence in managing our evidence-based things. Now, when it comes to Ethiopia, for instance, and everywhere I have seen, I also, supported many African countries when I was African Development Bank research team. Very few treasuries or central banks have strategic and policy support at the front office that provides both strategic foresight, analysis, and then works with the operation guys. Let's say in our Ministry of Finance, the department, they focus on operations. They are not analysts. They are not strategic advisors. They are not also experts. You don't expect that. So a kind of chief economist complex is needed in every of these institutions to interact with this staff, create a community of experts, which I mentioned. So for Ethiopia, what we were trying to do was have an economic management team that's closely aligned and works with the senior management, links the operation guys with the decision makers, but also works the analysis, etc., with the staff everywhere. That's why we have all these staff experts being trained on macro-physical framework, macro-financial analysis, data analysis. But for this to continue, I think the whole system must be overhauled. Ethiopia did this. They had a modeling department once upon a time. The only people who remember that were, even myself, the outsider, used to remember it. There is no one except one person who remembers those old days when they had some models running. So the fault actually is far, far deeper than what we are discussing here. Thank you.
Thank you. No, the discussion is incredibly important and very interesting. Now, I have a comment and a question to all of us to think about. My comment on retaining talent. Now, this is important. Given the experience from Uganda, I remember when we were moving from monetary aggregate targeting to inflation targeting, we had senior management buy-in. And so the bank was able to train staff to get their PhDs. Some got scholarships from outside. AERC was a big part of that. And then to ensure that we retain the staff that were trained, they had to sign like a bonding form of some sort. In other words, if the central bank is sending you to study, come back and serve and do your time before you move elsewhere. And I think that helped in terms of retaining staff, as well as in terms of training, hands-on training, would get like either IMF or other experts within the region to come and train hands-on training. And instead of getting like 1 or 2 people going abroad for training, you actually get the experts coming to your country to have hands-on training, and you train maybe 10, maybe 15 people. That way, when 2 people leave, you still retain staff. So that's one of the ways, at least the Bank of Uganda has managed to retain staff. Now, then the question is, I don't want to preempt what we're going to discuss tomorrow on AI. I think, Prof, you touched on this issue of AI. The fact that AI is moving on so much faster than we can imagine. In the next maybe 5-10 years, some of the skills that we have in our institutions could be obsolete. So I guess the question to all of us, what are we doing to ensure that we leverage on AI so that we are not left behind? Thank you.
Okay. Maybe you are forcing me to say something. Yeah. Actually, I was going to elaborate on what the Indi said in terms of the language. The chairman is using the language of embedding technical assistance. The Indi says you move from the first degree to the second and so on. And he calls that a step change. Actually, the language which is in the strategic plan is human capital formation, human capital production. If we build human capital, then we have embedded. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, they're all really, amazing comments. Starting with Prof. Morinde and then Professor as well from University of Cape Town, and my counterpart, Dr. Elizabeth Kasekende as well from Bank of Uganda. I mean, all amazing comments. I liked the different dimensions that are raised there. Prof. Mwabu as well has talked about human capital development, and I think that's central to the whole issue. So just to say, first, the point raised on civil service, the civil service and civil service meritocracy. I remember when I was at the university, we studied the case of Singapore a lot on our public policy programs, and indeed it's one of the most successful, say, economic models, and of course the starting point, you could say, is establishing a very, very strong meritocracy in the civil service, making the civil service completely world class. So I think that point is valid, that a lot of efforts have to focus as well on continuing on that particular journey. I would be more optimistic though and say that a lot of progress has been made. I think if you look at our ministries of finance, our central banks, I think we can say confidently they have some of the best economists in the country, basically in the respective countries. You'd say many of the top economists actually, in terms of qualification, in terms of experience, work there. So I would agree that we still need to continue to build that capacity to make the civil service as strong as possible. But I would be more optimistic in saying that I think a lot of progress has been made because of collaboration with institutions such as the AERC, MEFME, peer learning from different central banks, both regional ones and also I'd say global ones. The Bank of England, the Fed, etc., also do a lot of capacity building. There are a lot of valuable interactions with BIS and many other, global institutions that one can think of. So I'll just say that a lot of progress has been made, and I like the insights also given by Dr. Kasekende as well on what the Bank of Uganda's experience has been and how they've managed to retain as well some of the high quality staff by bonding, and also, even if some of the staff leaves, you design capacity building in a way that it's more broad based, so you have more people benefiting from it. So even when some highly qualified staff members leave, you still have some critical elements remaining. So I think all round we have very great insights. Prof. Murinde, of course, has talked of ARC's strategic plan and how they are planning even to go to the next level in terms of designing the different capacity building programs that they have, and I think with the sort of strategic plan that they have, I think that's going to go a long way as well in being in forming a critical partnership with critical economic policy institutions. So I invite my fellow the panel members to give any additional insights that they might have. Let's say last word from all of you, 2 minutes, keeping in mind the questions also that were asked. So maybe we start this from the end. That side in campus.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Okay, thank you. I don't have many to say, but yeah, I think embedded technical expertise is important, and retaining experts also is important. I think in my experience in the civil service, there is also underutilization of capacities also. Capacities are there, but they are not well utilized. You can notice this one, an expert who has been working, for instance, with the Ministry of Finance or the central bank, when he or she left to another institution, you can see her or him performing fantastic. So, the incentives that we have been discussing, Professor, so you have been mentioning like country experience, trainings, of course the payments are also, we were mentioning, for instance, Asia. When you mention something, it's good to look, like in a very holistic approach. So that's critically important. With that, I think if we get the support from the ARC, as you have Professor mentioned, even upgrading these BA holders to masters, from masters to PhD, and I think also it's very easy to train those who are working within the ministries or central banks already, because they know that the problem already. So they are looking, a tool how to solve that. So it's going to be very important approach. So I think that's also missing. You know, a civil servant will stay in the ministry for lifelong, and no study, no upgrading, nothing. Just if he or she has a BA in the beginning to join the ministry, and you know, he or she has BA at the end. So that's critically important, and I think the reforms that we are undertaking, for instance, in Ethiopia, we have started reform in the civil service. I think that will help us for two things. One, to retain those who have the experience, and you know, to bring also to attract well-qualified experts also to join such institutions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, 2 quick points. Yes, 1, ED, we are looking forward to the rollout of the capacity building program. 2, Elizabeth, AI output, you still need human beings to interpret the results. So obviously the seemingly excess staff will be deployed to other productive areas within the establishment. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That was very concise. We appreciate that. And then Mr. Daniel Tilahun, last thoughts?
Okay. Thank you. My last word is that this traditional training NTA, partly it works, partly. But still there are areas, for example, as a debt manager, to us, the back office duty, we get some training from UNCTAD and IMF and World Bank. So we are doing well in the back office work. But in the middle office, in the analytical part, we get a number of training from the IMF, World Bank and others, but still there is a gap. So this gap may improve through this embedded capacity building instruments that starts with Prof this year. I hope it will show us its result in the near future. That's what I would say.
Thank you very much. And with that, we close this particular panel. And I really wish to thank my fellow panelists here, and also the audience for very insightful remarks, very insightful contributions. I now hand over to Dr. Abi Kedir, Director of Research at ERC, to talk about next steps on expanding and scaling up.
Okay, thank you very much, Rob. It was fantastic. I have one announcement to make. I think according to the program, by 6 o'clock we were destined to listen to a keynote by James Robinson, but I just received a text saying that I think he misplaced the time, and he will be giving us the keynote at 7 o'clock. So he will be drinking the cocktail drinks and giving us the keynote at 7. So I'm not going to rush you to go to the main hall to listen to him, but I'll give my next steps, which was, I think, originally planned for 30 minutes, but I don't think I need 30 minutes, maybe a maximum of 7, because I have 7 points, not even less. Yeah, I think he's going to present a very interesting area of work, which is very much in spirit with the political economy of policy making on productive politics. The first thing I want to say in terms of where we go from now is that this project is coming to an end just this month. So there is no guarantee, but there is a lot of planning, because it is a planning phase grant, and we got a lot of insights, and we really feed on that. Therefore, we can put a compelling case to extend it. Buy-in is very important. We saw the teams coming and making the presentations, and you can gauge the interest. And we have also other African countries who came. And maybe one thing, the second point that I want to make it clear that the assistance or the capacities that we are building is not only for finance ministries and central banks, but relevant institutions. When we gave the machine learning and AI for unlocking those tools for improving macroeconomic policy toolkits in the context of the training that was given. The participants came from many institutions, from revenue authorities, capital market agencies, from Ministry of Finance and Central Bank. So we have an ambition to move beyond the banks and finance, because, you know, policy making requires coordination across many. The third point is, I think, Jonathan mentioned a very good point. I was agonizing over this interactive two-way policy engagement approach that the new strategy is devising. That assumes that there is interaction, demand-driven interaction, engagement with the key policy institutions. But at the same time, when you see there is an interactive engagement with key policy institutions and capacity building units like ARC, it assumes that there is a capacity. But he mentioned a very good point, saying that we have to refine the technical assistance approach. That means we shouldn't assume that there is always a capacity. So there are some puzzles there to unpack. But the direction of travel under the new strategy is to really change from the usual didactic, lecture-like policy influence to interactive and also listening. We come halfway, they come halfway, and try to solve the problems for African economic development. The fourth area is that I think there is a lot of lack of credibility of African experts. I think we have a role to improve the credibility of our experts. So on the next steps, we would like to really get into this area whereby we bring a lot of credibility to the policy that our policy makers are putting on the table. At the same time, by providing evidence, we reinforce that one. I hope the president is not arriving very late for our session, because this helicopter is like a politician is around. Yeah, we have time. Okay, thank you very much. Peace of mind. I think I'm autistic, so I hate really some loud sounds. Okay, I think I'm converted today because I heard a lot positive things about peer learning. I'm very skeptical about peer-to-peer learning. I feel they are cliche and they don't really work, but I think I'm a minority. You said something very good, and Robert also said that. I think when we invite all of you to come here as well, that is the idea. Within the planning phase grant, we said, okay, the working group from Kenya should really see what Ethiopians are doing, and vice versa. I think I was testing it, but I'm happy that you have positive things about that one. Therefore, in the extension beyond the planning phase grant, we will take care of that very, very carefully. For sure, we'll scale up. We are Pan-African. We move beyond Kenya and Ethiopia. And this layered, maybe deeper, durable partnership will continue. Finally, nothing is guaranteed. If there is a buy-in, and if we feel that there is a safe corridor where there is a fire escape, we will follow it. But if we feel that there is a lot of knocking of doors with policymakers and that door is not going to be opened over months, I think we move away. I think that is a real rule of engagement. It has never been good to knock and you will not get a response. Why? ARC is coming with the finances after putting a compelling case for technical assistance to support you. But ARC is also coming not only with the money, but also with the technical experts who can really support your team. And if countries are not responsive, there are 54 countries who can really be competitive. So nothing is guaranteed. Wherever there is a buy-in, we can put a compelling case. And this project will be ideally, according to our plan, is going to be between 2026, 2030 for the next 5 years. Because you cannot really succeed or assess embedding within 6 months or 9 months of a planning phase grant. So there is a plan to expand it. Touch wood, if something happens, it will be good, and if we get the funding, it will continue. Otherwise, it was a very long day, but at the same time, very consistent, focused, and even a deeper dive than the plenary discussions that we had yesterday. With that, I thank you very much for your patience. So let's be patient before we listen to James Robinson at 7. He's teaching right now, so we wait for him, but I think we will be working around that. Muabu, because he's voted as the most valuable distinguished person, we should listen.
Oh, okay. So you think the peer-to-peer learning is not a good thing?
No, I used to believe that it was not a good thing and it is just a fashion. Today I was educated that I was wrong. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. Stretch your leg and relax. And I think we wait for the cocktail and we have a feast because there are 2 books to be unveiled. Pascal, do you want to say something? No. I think he's ready to clap, maybe. Thank you, colleagues.